a lo largo de la presentación es potencial porque para estar seguros que tienen un efecto ambiental hay que hacer otro tipo de evaluaciones, ¿sí? Entonces, los incentivos tributarios con incidencia potencialmente positiva en la sostenibilidad ambiental son los tratamientos preferenciales como exenciones, deducciones, diferimientos, créditos fiscales, tasas reducidas u otras rebajas de impuestos que los estados otorgan a actividades o contribuyentes vinculados con los sectores dinamizadores.
Taxpayers in specific dynamic sectors for the benefit of sustainability. So our main source of information to identify these tax tools were the official tax expenditure reports published by the countries. However, despite the limitations, methodological limitations. For example, there's limited disaggregation and limited information. So it was necessary for us to consult other sources of information, such as legislation or institutional reports from investment agencies or other secondary sources in order to have a more complex picture, a more complete picture. And that's because not all preferential treatments are measured as tax incentives. Each country has its own methodology and its own referential tax framework. Therefore, the reports may or may not include all of these tools. For example, there are schemes, accelerated depreciation schemes for investments in renewable energy, and most of the official methodologies do not account for these as tax incentives because it's a long-term approach. But if you have a measure that we wanted to measure from a qualitative perspective to better understand what it consists of, what were the criteria involved. On the one hand, we will have a more qualitative analysis of the measure and then a quantitative analysis which aims to assess the collection potential. So we use these sources to identify the preferential schemes with potential to have a positive incidence. And then we selected or tagged those that we thought had a direct or main, the direct or main purpose was to foster environmental sustainability, or those that whose indirect or secondary purpose was to have a favorable impact on environmental sustainability. Just to clarify something. Now, this analysis does not mean that these instruments are effective in practical terms or that there are not other alternative measures that may also foster investment in these areas. Therefore, it's necessary to conduct another cost-benefit study case by case.
Esto, a medida que íbamos identificando los beneficios.
To the extent that we were identifying tax incentives, we began categorizing them into different sectors, and we discovered that with regard to the energy transition sector, there are different incentives applied, such as exemptions, deductions, tax credits, reduced rates, or other tax rebates in order to foster renewable energy and the use of biofuels. With regard to electromobility, most of the incentives were focused on acquisition and use of e-vehicles and hybrid vehicles. With regard to the circular economy, preferential treatment foster integrated waste management practices, recycling practices. With regard to the bioeconomy sector, we found incentives related to biotechnology, for example, sustainable forestry, biodiversity preservation, and others. We also discovered that there were incentives that have a positive potential impact on other sectors, such as agriculture for food security, or on water sustainability, tourism. And this really depends on the cultural heritage, and it also fosters the development of local people. So we found several measures that are being applied by the countries in this regard. Here we have a chart, a table, breaking down the information by country. There, in all 10 countries, there's one type of tax incentive related to the energy transition. And in practically all the countries as well, there are incentives for electromobility and also to foster activities related to the bioeconomy. Half of the countries have tax incentives regarding the circular economy, and very few have incentives in the other sectors: agriculture, management, sustainable water management, and sustainable tourism. Now, it is important to mention that in several cases, we saw that there are schemes that are more general in nature, umbrella type, and that cover other sectors. For example, they may cover energy as a general concept, but not specifically renewable energy.
Pasemos a la estimación del.
Let's move on to the estimated tax expenditure. The results of tax incentives with a potential positive incidence on environmental sustainability. There is considerable heterogeneity among the countries. Now, we have seen that as far as this quantification is concerned, we were not able to include Chile, specifically because we did not have the necessary information to disaggregate the tax expenditure that could have a potential impact on sustainability, because most of these schemes are general in nature for the entire energy sector and not just for renewable energy. Or, for example, they correspond to general investment incentives, such as
Que no son específicas para esto.
allowances for fixed capital investments. And this is not specific for renewable energy. So in that case, we were unable to measure this. Now, the variability in results is in part attributable to the methodological aspects with regard to the, also with regard to the disaggregation, and this makes comparison difficult. As mentioned, regarding the other slide, tax expenditures may not include all of the existing tax, just because they're not necessarily considered as tax expenditures. Now, having said all that, we conducted an exercise to better understand the estimated tax expenditure. And what did we find? We found that with regard to tax expenditures related to sustainability, we found limited
Todos los países que analizamos.
limited proportions. We see that in many cases, it only corresponds to 2.3% of total spending. With regard to collection, the weighting is very limited, with figures lower than 0.3% of tax revenue.
En cuanto al análisis,
As far as the type of tax expenditure analysis is concerned, we found that in most of the cases,
que no están relacionados
there are incentives that are not related to the amount, the magnitude of the investment made. We know that these would be less effective when providing incentive for investments such as reduced rates, allowances, etc. The use of allowances or fiscal credits in some countries and others are more related to the cost, that is the amount invested. In those cases, they account for a more significant portion, and we know that they are more efficient regarding results of the private investments. Now, this suggests that there is room for improvement in terms of streamlining the incentives and reviewing them, improving their design, and making them more focused in order to use them more efficiently.
al tipo
With regard to the type of tax covered by the incentives that have a potential impact on environmental sustainability, we found a wide variety of contexts. For example,
En algunos países,
In some cases, such as in Colombia, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic, tax expenditures with a potential environmental impact that predominates is the value-added tax. In other cases, it would be income tax, corporate income tax in Mexico, Nicaragua, and Uruguay, while in the other countries, what stands out is selective taxes. In the case of Argentina, for example, where the main tax expenditure corresponds to selective taxes applied to fuels. In the case of other countries such as Brazil, Ecuador, and Uruguay, these correspond to selective taxes that are applied primarily to hybrid or electric vehicles.
hicimos el análisis según los
We also conducted an analysis on the driving sectors, and we discovered that in most of the countries studied, tax expenditure in the energy transition sector is the most relevant one in terms of its scope with regard to resources allocated. In Ecuador, though, it's important to mention that a portion of the expenditure is in the circular economy sector and electromobility. In Brazil and in the Dominican Republic, most of the tax expenditure corresponds to the electromobility sector, while in Uruguay, the most important sector is the bioeconomy, but it's also to mention that electromobility plays a role as well. As you can see, the results are quite disparate when comparing the different countries. Finally, I have some reflections and some strategies to reinforce governance. As the seminar has highlighted, we know that the state plays a key role in promoting public policies for sustainable development and productive development. In previous presentations, we have seen that there is a high need for investments in the countries and that there's a limited fiscal space. And so given this context, it's very important for tax incentives to be very well designed with adequate governance, robust governance that may boost their impact in the private sectors and the dynamic sectors we mentioned. If they're well designed and they have appropriate governance, they may also contribute to strengthening national strategies related to climate change. Moreover, it's important to mention that all of these types of policies call for a more comprehensive approach when studying them. For example, assessing a combination of environmental taxes with tax incentives in order to secure a greater impact and to disincentive contaminating practices and encourage those that are more sustainable. In that regard, something was mentioned yesterday as well. It was mentioned that gradually and carefully the preferential fiscal treatments for fossil fuels should be eliminated, but doing it carefully, by the way, so as to not have an impact on the most vulnerable groups. I would also like to underscore something that ECLAC has been saying for many years now, and that is that tax incentives also have costs and risks that need to be measured. For example, they may imply a loss in tax collection, even more so given small fiscal spaces. We also know that they bring about complexities in the tax administrations. They may bring about vertical and horizontal inequities as well, inequalities, evasion, avoidance, etc. And we also know that there are empirical studies that show that there are other factors involved, very relevant factors, when companies decide to increase their investments, other factors they take into consideration. So therefore, it's important to conduct ex ante and ex post evaluations with the view to organize the economic, social, and environmental feasibility of these instruments and potentially combine them with other alternative policy instruments. And then finally, as the executive secretary underscored and other individuals from ECLAC have stated, it's necessary to have strong governance to build better top capacities as well as mentioned in order to ensure effective management of these instruments so that we may move towards a development model that is more inclusive, productive, and sustainable. And here, I don't know how I'm doing on time. 1 minute. Although we have recognized that every country is unique and it has its own administrative and taxation structures, but it is important, and we may actually identify certain capabilities that capacities that are crucial and that can be tailored to each country. So we have identified some of these capacities that are subject to improvement with regard to technical capacities. For example, developing statistical systems and data generation systems are crucial. We know that these are crucial for ex ante and ex post design, monitoring and evaluation. It's also important to evaluation continuous learning, technology, technical skills. With regard to operational capacities, we continue to state that it's important to make sure that these incentives are granted by law. And during budget discussions, that you include that there be an end date, that the citizens be informed, that the updated standards be published, and so that also make sure that there are ways to ensure that the incentives do not go from temporary to permanent. As far as political capacities are concerned, we have talked about the importance of including the taxation reports during the budget debate. Moreover, we have discussed the importance of strengthening evaluations by including future alternative scenarios that would allow for cost and benefit projections. There's also something else quite important with regard to political capacities, and that is collaboration between different government levels and both regional, national, and international through different platforms such as PTLAC. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Excellent work. I don't know if you mentioned it, but this was one of the main inputs for one of the chapters in the Outlook, and you can find all of the information there. I also think it's important to point out that this exercise is basic and fundamental as a stepping stone for moving on with evaluations. Yesterday it was mentioned that although most of the countries have made progress with regard to measuring and quantifying tax expenditures, a first key step is identifying the existing incentives and how they are aligned with their objectives or not. That's a crucial exercise, and it's a good example for many countries. In fact, there are some specific cases such as Costa Rica and Honduras where they have actually begun publishing these reports and these identifications. So allow me to give the floor to Deborah Freire, the Undersecretary of Fiscal Policy from the Ministry of Finance of Brazil.
Eu irei falar em português.
Yes.
Coloque os fones.
So please, if you need to use your headphones, go ahead and get them. First of all, I would like to thank ECLAC for organizing this event, which has been excellent. We have had very rich discussions over the last 3 days. Now I will talk about the Brazilian experience, the tax system, our current experience, as well with tax policies and reforms aimed at reducing inequalities, and that we are currently implementing in Brazil. Our tax burden in Brazil, as well as which is similar throughout the region, is quite regressive. We have a tax burden that is primarily based on consumption. Roughly 50% of our tax burden is based on indirect taxation and on consumption. We have a higher tax burden than the average of Latin American Caribbean countries. It is closer to the OECD standards. However, we do have a composition that is quite similar to our peers, with the concentration on indirect taxation, or taxation on profit or income is a small portion, a tiny portion of our tax burden. And as a result, we have a tax burden that is quite regressive based on that composition.
Temos apostado em
Since this administration began, we have been betting on taxation reforms aimed at reducing the regressive nature of our tax burden. And in most of these reforms, we are betting on neutral fiscal reforms, but focused on correcting the distortions of our taxation system. And in terms of reducing that regressiveness, the first reform that we have implemented, and that was approved in 2023, and we approved its regulation in 2024, and this year we continue to implement this reform, was the consumption tax reform. This is a reform that has been discussed in my country for the past 40 years, and in that sense, it was the approval of this reform was a tremendous challenge, and we are extremely proud of this approval. Brazil has a very complex tax on consumption. What we have done through this reform is to bring together 5 taxes related to consumption in one single VAT. In other words, we didn't have a VAT that worked adequately during that period. But now, with this reform, we will bring together all these 5 taxes in a VAT, which is the present VAT, applicable for the whole country and also for subnational entities. This reform is extremely important in order to reduce the complexity of the tax system. It is because it is still quite a complex taxation system. We are undergoing a transition, and the reform is important to eliminate these distortions, because our system is very cumulative. We had a lot of accumulation in the consumption tax, but with the introduction of this reform, we will eliminate this cumulative basis, or we will do away with the tax war at a subnational level between states, which was a common practice primarily because of this fragmented base of the tax on consumption. Now we have quotas for the whole country and for the different subnational entities. And what is very important is that we have the taxation contention, because this fragmented base, that cumulative phenomenon led to different disputes, and this also is a fairer tax system that reduces regional inequalities. We have done away, as I said, with these tax wars that damaged certain states, especially lower income states, poorer states, and at the same time, the distribution of revenues during this transition period will be much finer, and states will have resources at hand in order to make sure that that transition is equitable until the end of the transition period. This is also a reform that supports fairer taxation systems, and thus we will achieve, as I said, a fairer tax system that will benefit the poorest. It's important to highlight that because this reform is based on economic efficiency. It is an important reform in order to obtain these gains in terms of economic benefits, but it also has a natural impact in terms of benefiting the poorest families and the poorest people, especially because of its asymmetric impact upon productive sectors. In Brazil, productive sectors, in other words, those that produce the goods consumed by the poorest, suffer most because they have a higher tax burden. Eliminating the cumulative nation with the introduction of this unified VAT, we will benefit, as I said, the poorer families, because we will reduce the cost of the basic basket for the poorer compared to the wealthier families. And we also have the natural effect of reducing the regressive nature of the system. In other words, a certain mitigation of the regressive nature. And we have two instruments that have been approved as a result of this reform, which are very important in order to mitigate the regressive nature of consumption tax. So first of all, a more focused basic basket. We, in fact, have a subsidy for the poorer, but this is a sensitive issue when it comes to the approval of this tax reform. Today, we have a basic basket for at a federal level. Each subnational entity, of course, has its own regime. But through this reform, what we did was to redesign the basic food basket based on the most important consumption of the poor. In other words, there will be exemptions. The food we will focus on the food that is primarily consumed by the poor. We will have a food basket that is more limited and also a wider ranging one. Here we have an aliquota of 0. And in the wider food basket, we will have a 40% VAT exemption. And now this is important so that this instrument may be more progressive. And I would like to, and I'm very happy to highlight that we have approved a VAT refund for the poorer families. Brazil has a single registration system that registers low-income families, which is very well coordinated and acts well. Our social programs, policies such as Bolsa Familia and so on, are based on this registry, and that registry helps us to have a basis for the VAT refund policy. And through that refund, families that live off of the minimum wage will be benefited by this cashback. These are families that receive up to $134 per capita per month, and that refund will be CBS, which is the contribution on goods and services for the whole country, for electricity, water, and sewage, and piped gas. And we would also have a 20% refund of taxes paid on goods and services at a subnational level, especially those that are subject to a selective tax, which is also an important measure in this reform. They have to do with aspects that damage both health and the environment. Here we have an example of this redistribution effect of the consumption tax reform. We have a 15-year and a longer-term scenario, and this effect is different. Differs in accordance with income levels, and here we can see that simply as a result of the reform, there is greater positive impact upon the poorer families. The purchasing power of these families has improved compared to the wealthier families, precisely as a result of the lower cost of the food basket for the poorer families. Here we have a very, very interesting example on the difference of quotas using this cashback tool. We have the standard consumption in a family, and we can see how we find these quotas with regards the basic food basket, electricity, and other typical consumption. And now when we look at observe the quota after this cashback, this quota is lowered for those families, and we reach a quota of 15.5%, but those families that are not going to be impacted by the cashback or by this refund will have a greater quota. This is a progressive tool that enables to reduce the regressive nature of taxation of tax on consumption. We also face an additional problem in addition to the regressive nature of our system. The income tax of physical persons that should be regressive by nature is progressive up to a certain level of income, and this is a common problem in our region. We are progressive. Our income tax to physical persons is progressive until 94, and since and after that, the quotas will be lower, and we end up with an effective quota of close to 12%.
Chegamos no topo da distribuição com uma alíquota.
After this centile, we reach the top of the distribution close to 5%, considering the different income. Now, what is it that we're doing in order to resolve this problem? Because if this is a distortion that we must analyze, and we are trying to resolve it to the extent that we have a political space. At the end of 2023, we approved two very important measures in order to reduce the lack of symmetry in the articulation of labor revenues versus capital income or capital revenues. And this action comes from the lower tax of capital revenues versus labor revenues. And there is an exemption for physical persons in Brazil. There are lower quotas compared to labor revenues. In the highest distribution, we find this concentration of capital revenues for families, and thus we see this action in this effective quota. The first two measures have to do or are related to the reduction of that lack of symmetry. We implemented a tax on offshore investments that did not pay tax, but now have a 15% quota as from 2023, and we periodically also tax exclusive funds. In other words, the investment of the super rich that were only paying tax on a single moment, but now they are regularly taxed. Beforehand, it was just a one-off tax. These were not neutral taxes. These were measures that were important in order to expand tax collection. In 2021, we received an important tax collection, important revenues as a result of those two measures, and these are important measures in order to expand the progressive nature of taxes and reduce that lack of symmetry in terms of the taxation on different types of income, of revenues. And a month ago, we have submitted to the National Congress a reform of personal income tax, and that reform is being implemented. It is being analyzed by the legislative, and we are certain that we will be able to make progress with this. That reform suggests an increase of the level of exemption of personal income taxes. So that is a commitment on the part of President Lula to increase the range of exemptions up to 5,000 reales, in other words, $883 per month for workers, and also to reduce the tax paid by families between 5,000 and 7,000 reales, in other words, close to $1,236, an income of that value. Now, in order to compensate that, we will have a minimum quota of a minimum income tax for high income earners, for persons that have a very high income, and that will begin with for incomes up starting with 600,000 reales. In other words, that is equivalent to $106,000. It could reach 10% of annual income of 1.2 million reales. In other words, approximately $212,000 per year. That proposal has been quite interesting to assess the risks, to analyze how this proposal has been received by society. This minimum tax is quite popular, and the income, the tax rate for high income earners is especially popular, and we are presently discussing this reform in Brazil. The Ministry of Economic Policy has conducted a study about the impact of this reform on the progressive nature of the taxation system and on inequality. And on gray, you can see the representation of this proposal. In green, we find the new aliquota after the reform. Obviously, we see that the effective quota drops, but we're able to resolve the distortion in the top part. We have a drop to 50,000 reales per month. They wouldn't be subjected to the minimum tax, but we have a mean level for incomes of greater than 1.2 million reales, and we end up with an effective quota considering gross revenues or gross income, which is close to 9% in terms of the effective quota in this top part of the distribution. Now, we're talking here of a tenth of 99.2. That minimum tax could have an impact encompassing a larger number of taxpayers with a great concentration in 0.010% of the richest in Brazil. So we believe that we have introduced a partial correction, and we understand that as a partial correction, not a total correction. We must implement other reforms in order to completely resolve the issue of the regressive nature of taxes. Brazil has some distortions as a result of deductions primarily related to health, where there is no ceiling. There are some distortions in terms of low taxation with some incomes, dividend exemptions and so on. But we understand this measure of a minimum tax as a partial measure that establishes a minimum level, and that is presently more feasible in political terms, so that we can subsequently move on to more specific reforms with income taxes. Here we have the concentration curve to measure the progressive nature of gross revenues and also the income tax before and after the reform. It's important to mention that in the present system, where you see the red line or the orange line, you can see that in the top part of the distribution, the concentration curve of taxes is greater than the curve which represents a concentration of income, and that shows that the tax is regressive in the top part of the distribution. With the reform, we have left the concentration curve below the concentration curve of total or gross income, or at least it will be overimposed on top of the curve of the concentration of total income. In other words, it means that we have at least partially corrected the distortion, the regressive nature of this in the top part. When we have estimated indices and we have checked indices, and taxation has been more progressive. Income tax has been more progressive. This is a Lorenz curve. We are simply here dealing with taxpayers. In this graph, we have unified the distribution of income. We have unified administrative taxes with the survey on family income, the survey that we have in Brazil. Unifying the distribution base, we have been able to assess the effect of that reform in the income distribution, and we have observed that this is overimposed, having an impact upon the Gini index is complex. These small impacts upon the Gini index are quite irrelevant. However, when we look at we zoom in on the effects, the curve after the impact, the Lorenz curve, the green curve is much closer to the orange curve, which is the curve of our system, considering our present system. In other words, incomes after taxation of our current system.
Temos para a população
When we look at Gini index and for older Brazilian population, there's a reduction of the Gini index as it was proposed, and we go from 0.68 to 0.78. It is important to see that this is an important measure to reduce inequality. We all know that Gini is a very sensitive indicator. This is how we are able to assess it. It's a measure that has the effect of correcting this distortion, and it also boosts the reduction of inequalities in Brazil. I think I ran out of time, so I'm going to close. And more than going over what has been already said, that there are instruments to measure progressivity of our tax instruments, and as a region, we have as to consumption, income tax, and the makeup of our tax system. I believe VAT return is a relevant aspect for the region to have a healthy consumption taxation system. I believe this could be a relevant option for us to have a minimum taxation level above over high income. There are other reforms that need to be adopted, which should be installed, but it's an initial step to at least have a minimum level of aliquot for the super rich. Thank you. Thank you, Dara. Thank you very much. A great presentation. I think from ECLAC, and I believe we all celebrate the fact that Brazil, thanks to these last reforms and these last proposals, are ahead of the region in terms of innovative proposals, especially with the example of consumption-based taxation, which was a reform that has been postponed for quite a while, which has been an example of a reform of the effort that it took time and what you've done, not only in terms of streamlining the tax system, but the intergovernment coordination effort that many times is key to carry on with these reforms. So I will offer the floor now to Cristian Cruz Moreno. We will have his presentation online. Cristian Cruz is a Director of Macroeconomic Policy of the Ministry of Finance of Colombia. Cristian, are you there? Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Hola.
Yes, I'm here.
No hay No, todavía no.
We cannot hear you. I can hear you very well from here.
Abre el micrófono.
You need to open your microphone.
No. Tú nos escuchas, ¿verdad?
Can you hear us?
¿Cuántos economistas se necesitan para una conexión?
Lo que vamos a hacer es,
So what we'll do, we'll go, we'll skip it, Hector, and then I'll give you the floor when we have audio, okay? All right, perfect. So then, Hector, I know you were ready anyway. Hector, Juan Villarreal,
de Monterrey, de México.
Director of the Economic and Demographic Transition Initiative of Tecnológico de Monterrey. If you could please switch the presentation. Yes, we are going to show your presentation, of course. Yes, yes. We need Hector Villarreal's presentation instead, please.
Para decir de Brasil, pero me las guardé por una
I had a few more things to say about Brazil, but I'm keeping them for a while because of time constraints. Okay, Hector, we're ready for you. Good morning. And also, I join the recognition and the thankfulness for inviting us to be part of this seminar. There have been extremely interesting topics, and it leaves me thinking. I'm going to deliver a very simple presentation in terms of how to reduce inequality and to foster environmental sustainability. With all our differences among countries, I believe we also have several elements in common. So I believe to a larger or lesser extent, the four theses that I'm going to propose, I believe apply to everyone. The first one, and I'm going to insist on that very much. I think if we want to seem developed countries, we need to behave as developed countries. So the truth is that the income system must be the backbone of our fiscal systems. And I want to insist on this because I think that it has been to put this in a secondary position in some countries. Maybe it's not the case. For example, in Mexico, when we use the income system for physical persons, it ends up being more important than the indirect ones. But it's not that far, and we do not take advantage of it. And I think it has been terrible, and that we are very much used in Latin America to a high degree of informality. So we foster sort of a dual system from the governments themselves. We would say we have all these informal ones, and therefore we charge indirectly. This is where we can get some, and we give it back through transfers, either conditioned transfers or non-conditioned transfers. So that's how you create this dual system that ends up operating on top of the same fiscal system. I believe we have some room for this to rethink social policy and to replace it for what could be negative income taxes. So it's not about removing transfer, but it means introducing them into the system and making them part of the income tax system, but all of them should be considered negative taxes. This is one of the recurring topics in this seminar. Larger fiscal spending control. I believe we have what we need to do it, and there are things that are even of common sense. We cannot be providing government services without a federal taxpayer identification or a social security number or even a phone number. But there needs to be an ID number that clusters all the fiscal interactions that happen in a country. Two ideas that I'd like to add in this first part. We need to start thinking about in a life cycle type of logic for the fiscal system that needs to go through childhood, then youth, then adulthood, and how to deal with senior citizens in the end. And in this way, we would have a much more consistent fiscal system. Finally, in this first part, the income tax system, I depicted it as a backbone, should take us to a situation in which we can use many of the new technologies, and we need to be serious in the region about cash control. It's a politically incorrect topic, but it's one of the natural ways to control informality and also of avoiding corruption and to avoid externalities, even fighting organized crime, because things happen. If the things happen through the income tax system, with the involvement of the banks, with more digital control, that would be the first thesis. Somehow this is very much. We need to rethink about social security in the country. Where we look at the average fiscal pressure, it's around 34%. In our region is about 21.7. This gives us a 1.57 factor. But when we check social security, the average in OECD, contributions achieve 9%. In our region, it's only 4%. So we have a 2.25 factor. So we're not actually taking advantage of this resource. Normally, the reaction is, you know what, with informality, it doesn't really make sense. It is much more complicated, but it's not unavoidable. It is an obstacle in a way, I think, and we discussed this yesterday. I think, and I'd like to insist on this dual context from the state when you say, I have social security for some part of the population, and for the other part of the population, I have social assistance, and I combine them, and I end up talking about some social protection. We need to have much more clear definitions and objectives that are more clear as well. And another problem as well is that's the debate has become much worse. So somebody says, you know what, we're going to talk about equality. So sometimes we tend to think of beverage systems, for example, financing healthcare with general taxes. In my opinion, for the majority of our countries, that is not realistic with the fiscal space we have right now. Either we like it or not, our systems will be hybrid. So we need to, this would force us to modernize social security, in which many of the government contributions that are going to healthcare, pensions, or care, and we need to talk about that more, should happen through social security with a general taxpayer registration connected to a life cycle and to digital tools. I think that is the transition we would have to be looking for. Digitization will play a significant role. We've discussed that a little bit in this seminar, and we need to see what will be the role of the private sector. I know that not all countries suffer from the same impact. So the Mexican experience is unfortunate. Our public spending in healthcare is 2.5% of our GDP. It's nothing, really, nothing, less than nothing. This equates us with very poor countries in Africa, respectfully. So what happens? So we have lots of private spending. Obviously, we would love for the public sector to adopt a more relevant role, but that won't happen overnight. So if we will continue to have this private spending, what is really important is to go from post payment and out of pocket payment now to a prepayment to talk about private insurance. So part of this modernization or streamlining of social security that we need to experience in the region is to see how our public and private systems are going to talk to each other, and so that this helps the poorest population. The third thesis, the third idea, first one, the income tax system as a backbone of the fiscal system. Second, rethinking social security that for many countries in OECD is the second most important pillar after the income tax system, way earlier than the indirect ones that we lack so much. I'm not saying that we need to remove indirect taxes, but I believe their role in the region needs to be limited. Third thesis or third idea, and very much connected, all of this must be conceived under the context of an accelerated demographic transition. I haven't seen Alberto Arenas in the seminar, but it's a topic that he has talked a lot about. And we must understand the implications of this demographic transition for our generation and what we are going to see in the next 2 decades. We are going to see aging, a very important aging, but not a loss of population. Our population will grow relatively in a limited fashion in the next 25 years, but the 65 plus population will double. It will go from 10.4% to 20%. So in Latin America, in 25 years, 1 out of 5 individuals will be a senior citizen, 65 plus. This has many fiscal implications, but specifically, it's good that the topic has been on the table. It's going to be enormous pressure on pension systems, on healthcare systems. Maybe is one of the most serious systems, because a demographic transition brings about an epidemiological transition. For fiscal systems, this is a major blow. We need to talk about it. We need to get ready. We need to develop financial instruments that we do not have now. And of course, we need to talk about a care system. We need to talk about the biggest revolution of social policy in the next 20 years that also has a huge gender burden. If we do not talk about these things, but there are good news anyway, when you develop a care system, misallocation of the female labor market improves, our economies can grow because of that, what Minusha Fig has been developing. And this idea of looking for a new social contract, I think we can do a lot. Now, if we don't consider this demographic transition, vulnerable populations in the region will have a very bad time because of lack of resources, because of illness, and because of lack of care. I think it's great that this discussion is going on at ECLAC, and a lot can be done. And very quickly, because I'm running out of time, I'm going to my fourth thesis. I believe it's going to be a bit controversial, but I want to connect it to the population issue and limited fiscal space. Almost always when we think of fiscal aspects or environmental aspects in the context of fiscal context, there's a bias and there's a reason to think of revenue. I believe the first thing that we can think of are taxes. They're limited in the sense that I want to I want to make it more expensive to contaminate. sometimes with a little bit of luck, we go round the circle. So it's a mix of costs, subsidies, or activities that are environmentally fine. We need to talk about spending. And the issue is that with such limited fiscal space and with so many intergenerational pressures for healthcare, for the pensions, and for care, we are spending very little in turning our region into a more resilient to climate change.
And we are going to have to take a look at our fiscal responsibility areas and our legislation and to make sure that we're doing the right thing. The ministries of finance have been quite reluctant, but I think we are going to have to tag taxes and ensure that we have environmentally favorable public spending in the long term. Today, I need money for pensions. The deficit is growing. That's another issue. That's too bad, but you cannot stop spending on certain aspects that are not great for your reputation, but that are necessary. Expensive, of course, but necessary. And if it works well, no one realizes that you are spending on this, but it's necessary. So these are the types of aspects that we are going to have to include. And I also think that actually yesterday it was mentioned at some point in time, as far as our national accounts are concerned, we need to talk more about green capital. We have to define the stock, the inventory, do it well. This has been under discussion for a while, and not ignore that. It's part of the intergenerational pact, very important. And as a region, this is something that we have extremely neglected. So I will leave it at that.
Muchas gracias, Héctor.
Thank you, Hector. You provided us with a few additional minutes. Thank you for yielding those. Thank you for the gift. Now, your presentation was both brilliant and provocative. I think there will be many remarks regarding your 4 theses. I think each thesis is input for its own seminar. All right, then, now let us go online to greet Christian. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now perfectly. Thank you. Christian Cruz Moreno, General Director of Macroeconomic Policy for the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit of Colombia. We can see you, we can hear you. You have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Van a poner una presentación.
Yo comparto la presentación.
Perfecto.
I will share the presentation. The interpreters will do their best as the speaker's audio is quite wanting.
Bueno, buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. Today, in the framework of this fiscal policy seminar, the Colombian Ministry of Finance and Public Credit has a presentation on Colombian tax structure and fiscal environmental sustainability. I will begin with a brief description of the tax structure and how we have tried to expand the framework to address fiscal and environmental sustainability. So having said that, allow me to move on with the presentation. As I mentioned, the first part is about the tax structure in Colombia. Colombia is a country that has a very relevant challenge today, and that is that our taxation collection as far as percentage of the GDP is quite small, lower than Latin American average, and very much lower than the OECD countries and Chile, for example. So in Colombia, we have been successful with regard to implementing tax reforms over the last 25 years, one could say. And often in Colombia, we talk about how relatively easy it is for the country to launch tax reforms. We've done this actually every 10 years. But the problem is that these reforms are not structural in nature. Usually they try to remedy certain situations. and they're aimed at boosting collection, for example, having a system more progressive and focusing on certain principles. But unfortunately, we have not had a true structural reform. So as a result, the tax collection as a percentage of the GDP is 14% on recent years, 14.4 in 2024, which is only 0.3% average than the 2020 figure. And from 2010 to 2024, we conducted 3 reforms from 2018, 21, and 22, and tax collection has only increased by 0.4%. What does this imply? This implies significant challenges for our taxation system. And they have begun trying to identify where we are collecting so that we may boost collection indicator. And when you specifically look at Colombia, you see that our tax expenditure indicators are quite relevant, quite significant. Colombia and Brazil, I would have to say, are the 2 countries in the region with the highest tax expenditures. In Colombia, it's very much focused on VAT. If you look at the graph, you can see that 2/5 of the tax collection in Colombia come from VAT.
Nosotros todavía tenemos un gasto.
And we still have a tax collection figure percentage was 5.4% of the GDP. So that is where we have a significant opportunity. Now, what are the difficulties we face in this specific scenario? Colombia has 3 types of value-added tax: a general, a preferential.
Para ciertos
The
bienes.
preferential one is 5% for certain goods and services, and then some goods are exempt, some are that excluded,
Digamos que son sujetos de devolución.
and others products are subject to return. And the problem in Colombia is that the law also protects consumption of goods because we know that that's part of the basic food basket, staples. And so tax is another discussion we've been having, is the attributes of the value-added tax, keeping with the principles of progressivity. And there are certain food products that have a reduced 5% VAT or they're exempt, and these are consumed by low-income individuals as well as high-income individuals across the board. So these discussions have led to a reform in 2021, and we have tried to figure out how to reduce that tax expenditure by way of a general tax, general rate, or some sort of a compensation mechanism with a view to correct the distortion that general tax rates bring about. Anyhow, this is a pending issue. We know that it's necessary to have this discussion to address the structural deficiencies.
La reforma tributaria del 2022, ya voy a entrar un poquito en detalle de eso. Se avanzó
I'm going to talk a bit about the 22 tax reform. There was improvements with regard to progressivity, but there's still much to do
contribuyentes del impuesto de renta de personas naturales no
with regard to individual income tax statements. It's not so great in terms of the other countries in the region, but there, in any event, there are challenges there. So legal entities, I would have to say 3/10 of the total tax collection corresponds to a tax that is slightly higher in Colombia than the rest of the region. And that, from an economic efficiency perspective, we think there could be some room there to reduce that a bit, to make business more efficient in Colombia. Again, these are some of the discussions that we have held in Colombia,
cómo podemos hacer
specifically regarding a financing law. We're trying to discuss how we can make our production sector more competitive and how we can move towards progressivity for individuals. This was discussed to a certain extent within the Congress. As I mentioned, in 2022, we launched a tax reform that included many aspects related to the tax system.
el pasado lunes
And this is also related to what we talked about on Monday in terms of the types of types of tax incentives to discourage certain products, behaviors, excuse me, to discourage behaviors that are contrary to the energy transition and other aspects. The most important part is that there was progress with regard to individuals and progressivity, individual tax income. In nominal terms, individuals with the highest income from labor income contribute significantly. But rather, there was a drop in this thanks to the reform because of exemptions and other allowances that allowed them to drop their tax rate. So in the 22 tax reform, we identified the way to improve the taxation design system specifically for individuals. And this allowed the country to progress with regard to progressivity. A bit more was collected, and we were able to better identify exempt income and the rights of individuals, but we also made progress with regard to increasing the effective tax rate for higher income. And we have evidence that both have worked well thus far. And if we include the incentives for the energy transition, we have a tax for two sectors, for the financial sector, for example. This was set up a few years ago. We started addressing this in 2019. And there's a surcharge, a surtax for hydrocarbon sector. This is aligned with the other countries. For example, the Arabian countries that have surtaxes for both for hydrocarbon sector. And we, in the end, we're also trying to focus on non-extractive activities. And we have been aligned with 2 pillars of the OECD approach. We have implemented and eliminated certain tax incentives for entities as well. We want to have a tax system where we have lower general rates, but we're also talking about how to introduce reduced income rates for SMEs, for example, in the early stages of their existence. We have a simple taxation scheme that's different for SMEs, meeting certain requirements. It's not based on profit, but rather revenue, or in order to simplify tax payment. It's been successful, but we also think there's room for improvement. We're thinking of addressing this in the future. As far as the energy transition is concerned, we think there is a great deal more to do there. We reformed a carbon aspect in 2019 and 2020. We still need to do more there. We have also tried to reduce tax system distortions, and in 2022 we introduced energy transition incentives. We saw that, well, we believe that the fiscal position that many countries in Latin America are committed to today should also address investments that can't be put off. We are sure that green content investments cannot be limited because of a discussion regarding scarce resources or fiscal commitments. So last year, what we proposed, but we weren't able to discuss, was including in the Colombian fiscal arrangements a cyclical component aimed at making green investments viable. Again, through fiscal arrangements, we may have an additional borrowing quota to use those resources for investments that meet green investment criteria. And now I'm going to delve deeper into that topic You know that Colombia has not been successful in showing that its tax system is redistributive because there's we have a low Gini index coefficient, and when you consider before taxes. And in Colombia, although we may have a tax system that does collect and not individuals do have this progressivity component, we have another problem which is related to Social Security, specifically pensions. A public pension system has an implied subsidy, and everything is collected through the higher income individual taxation, and then a certain percentage is returned back to the population through the pension system. This is before, after taxes and transparency. This affects our Gini coefficient score. So the national government wanted to address environmental conservation as well. It's important for the region. Climate change and environmental conservation are discussions that cannot be put off. We need to be better prepared for this. It's a reality that we must face. In that regard, Colombia, we do say that the region per se is extremely exposed to climate change. Colombia, in particular, has a much more vulnerable context given our geographic location and given the climate events that affect our country. With the World Bank study, we were able to estimate that the impacts related to climate change and climate events may account for 4.4% of the GDP. And it's also important to mention that practically half of the country's economic activities are related to nature services. There are certain aspects that may have an impact. If there are climate events, clearly will have an impact on economic activity and on society as a whole. So Colombia considers this discussion quite seriously, and Colombia is facing what most of the countries of the region are facing, and there will be some restrictions related to financing for the necessary investments to face climate change. So we have a strategy that does not just involve public investment. Public investment is important, but we have a combination of public and private investments. Now the public investment is limited because of fiscal space. In order to simplify the discussion, Colombia, the national government in Colombia, was considering guaranteeing certain resources for social components and making sure that they would to show that the cost of borrowing is lower than the return on the investment. Classically speaking, one wants to have an easily measurable TIR, or internal return rate, rather. And so it's important to consider the benefits of these investments on the communities. So again, it's a discussion regarding the opportunity cost of doing or not doing the investment. And we identified that there is potential in Colombia for identifying projects that are eligible for green funding. More specifically, Colombia is unique because we already have regulations and an architecture related to what we call thematic areas. It's not as advanced as we would like it to be. Not as advanced as Mexico. But we think that this is the mechanism. We do have some consolidated framework references for issuing these bonds. And there are some literal milestones that need to be met for those types of investments. And we think that we could launch that market and have those investments specifically for that purpose. How much are we talking about? Well, we say no more than 0.3% of the GDP annually. That is our initial estimate. It's not as ambitious as the challenge we face, but we do understand that to the extent that we see that resources are mobilized and that the market is increasingly interested in this alternative, we may see more space and alternatives. And it could be a more solvent alternative that could help us to make this proposal more viable.
The idea is to increase investments.
Importante también.
What is also important is for there to be guarantees for fiscal stability. But what is important, and very aligned with what with the previous intervention, fiscal restrictions cannot deviate us from what is important. If we understand the need to understand fiscal sustainability as a long-term exercise, where in the short term we comply with strict rules and very well established, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the cost of these investments, and also consider that we cannot postpone this. There is a discussion underway because we were told, well, we agree that we must make these investments, but we have to prioritize. We need a prioritization agenda, and that is a very complex discussion because one looks at the situation in Colombia and also Ecuador in terms of flexibility in spending. Our public spending has a general participation system which regulates territories. It deals with pensions, salaries, and that represents 90% of our public spending. Often what could be done in this exercise, well, it's very difficult to define what is it that we will obtain. Some things are very related to other necessary investments, government plans, and so on. And they are the ones that would be included in this trade-off. And I believe that Colombia and many countries in the region are unable to do this. And therefore, we need to guarantee from a technical criteria that this investment is done. Colombia has a green taxonomy and reference frameworks, which was updated in 2021-2022, closely aligned with what Mexico does. Finally, carbon prices. I would simply like to mention that this is one of the elements where Colombia still needs to work on. Colombia's rate is well below what is recommended to deter changes and also to be aligned with other countries that already possess this type of tax. The world average is between 60 and 120 dollars, but our rate is very small. We're very distant from the $60 level, which a rate that could act as a deterrent. So it's a very complex issue.
Y eso ya sería nuestra presentación.
And that is our presentation. And simply to close the presentation, I would like to say that Colombia has a taxation structure that still requires, or that has important scope to improve. Colombia has taxation spending that could be reduced and thus contribute to increase the revenues that the country has that could help to finance public expenditure, that could somehow contribute to the sustainability of public financing. Because we cannot simply view this as from an isolated exercise where the climatic and environmental aspects are not taken into consideration. And evidently, we urgently need to incorporate investments that facilitate adaptation and mitigation vis-a-vis climate change. And Colombia, the Colombian government has tried to take important steps in that direction. I believe that fiscal policy today must incorporate this element, and I believe that it is necessary for countries to tackle this discussion in a wider ranging sense. That is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Cristian. Excelente presentación.
Yes, excellent presentation, and thank you for being on time. Many interesting aspects. I would like to highlight your focus on making taxes progressive as a result of the reforms in Colombia, and this is also applicable to the projects that have been presented and which are all aligned with what Brazil and other countries have already presented. So there's a coherence at a regional level. And what is also very important is the fiscal rule with a green component that falls within a financing strategy to deal with climate change, which is far wider ranging, but it's important for you to have referred to that. And now I'll offer the floor to Alejandra Macias Sanchez, who is Executive Director of the Center for Economic and Budgetary Research in Mexico. Thank you, ECLAC, for inviting me once again to this fiscal seminar and for representing my Center for Economic and Budgetary Research in Mexico. I would like to first of all thank all presenters for their excellent presentations, and I believe that the messages, the headlines for the messages conveyed by the presentations is a fair transition. We're talking of an energy transition, demographic transition, even a technological transition when we talk about digitalization and the use of new technologies in order to improve our fiscal systems. And all in all, we are talking of a fiscal transition in a progressive fashion, as is being done by Brazil and Colombia, and as I would also like other countries to follow suit, including Mexico. I have a presentation which includes certain elements dealing with the messages that you have already shared with us. And I believe that that can help us to understand that transitions beyond the challenges are also a possibility to do things in a better way in all our countries. Well, I could perhaps talk a little bit more about what was mentioned by the presenters. Incentives, together with other aspects that I could present. I believe that incentives are valuable, and as mentioned by Andrea, must have a period. They must be subjected to an evaluation to understand the costs and benefits of those incentives. A clear example in Mexico is the exemption on the tax exemption on new electrical vehicles, electrical and hybrid vehicles enjoy this tax exemption, and often these types of cars are not precisely cheap. Normally, the people that buy those cars have higher incomes, and that means that the incentive, this tax exemption, becomes absolutely regressive. And that is a part of the evaluation that we would have to undertake, an ex-post evaluation, whenever we make these decisions and when we are viewing that the market for these types of products are evolving, well, we would have to make the respective decisions. Well, I would like to talk to you and say that this is a fair and equitable transition. We all say that all transitions should involve these two components, be fair and equitable, but transitions have different distribution effects or different effects that we would have to take into consideration when a transition is underway and when we are making decisions on the policies that we have to implement. Fair transitions encompass multiple dimensions, time, space, the life cycle of various sectors, as from a human rights approach. And these types of justice can be classified, probably this is not the only classification. I would like to mention these 5 different classifications. A distributive part, which has to do with costs and benefits, that which I believe is the one that we are referring to, the one that we refer to in a more normally. Then we have a procedural type of justice. Whenever these transitions are underway, we must consider governance. That has also come across very often in during the seminar, and the rule of law in each country. There is also a justice in terms of recognizing the protection of rights and identities, and redistributive. We must control damage. We must acknowledge the impact, the negative impacts that this will have upon the population, and introduce these types of compensations. And we also have a cosmopolitan type of justice, which are transporter effects, especially now in a world that is so globalized, and that means that decisions in one country impacts another country or many countries or all countries, and therefore we must take that aspect into consideration when we make changes in these policies. As an example, a fair transition that is underway, the process of the energy transition, well, there we would have to evaluate what happens with labor participation, what happens with pensions, and what happens with the training that has to be provided to people that will in turn also have to change the way in which they live and the way in which they work. And the result, well, what happens with energy poverty? Often it is mentioned that this energy transition would alleviate energy poverty, and what we gain in terms of health. This is something that we're going to refer to further on. In terms of the energy transition, and this was already mentioned by other presenters, we, in addition to incentives related to environment, energy transition, and electromobility, we have carbon taxes. This was mentioned by Christian. In Mexico, that is a very low rate, and revenues as a result of this tax has dropped by more than 40%, and this also has to do with investments for the future. We have subsidies for electricity that are also quite regressive, that do ensure fair prices, but normally they subsidize dirty energy, so to speak. And we also have clean energy certificates that are used to produce electricity. And we cancelled long-term tenders, but we hope that they will soon be implemented. We also have green bonds mentioned by Christian in the strategy that they have for Colombia. We know that they finance green projects, and that they are 16.4 times greater than the investments of the federal government. However, when it comes to these types of bonds, and these are specific issues, so we must consider that we need not only to create them and to implement them, but also to monitor them, to evaluate them, and to understand whether they are being spent on green activities or mitigation or climate mitigation and adaptation actions, because later on we will see that climatic financing is very low, and therefore what is being obtained as a result of thematic bonds does not match what is being financed. And the same thing happens with gender aspects, for example, where Mexico is a pioneer, and at a subnational level, that also that was also mentioned during this seminar. And as Jessica said, these have a tremendous level of responsibility in these transitions. And when it comes to fiscal reforms, these are governments, the subnational governments that are close, near the population. Each federal entity in our countries also have different dynamics when it comes to aging, to epidemiological transition, and so on. And therefore, we must take into consideration these subnational spaces and the way in which we can promote these fair transitions. What happens with the energy transition? Well, here I would like to mention 4 indicators that enable us to see how this transition is an opportunity. First of all, in an exercise that was conducted in Seattle based on Irena's studies, the International Renewable Energy Agency, we estimated how many jobs this could produce for women based on the participation that they have at present, and how renewable energy can promote this participation. Well, in Mexico, we could create at least 30,000 new jobs for women in green energies. At present, the participation of women in the energy sector is 16%. And so in addition to all the policies that we would have to implement, and to promote the participation of women in this sector, the transition, well, there would be great scope for this. And after that, we have something that the energy transition, the energy transition, there is a problem in terms of the right to pensions and pension liabilities. Due to the problem that we have with pensions in general terms, I believe that this is also an opportunity to fix the situation faced by these state-owned oil companies, and how within those companies we can implement energy transition projects, because I believe that energy policies in Mexico, self-sufficiency policies, for example, is not something that is at odds with an energy transition. It is not done simply because it's very difficult. What we would have to do is to change the business model for these companies in order to achieve this. On the other hand, when we still have 10.1% of households in Mexico that suffer from energy poverty, and most of these households, well, we have women heads of households in those households, and therefore clean and renewable energies could mean that this percentage of poor households with energy poverty could be diminished. And if we lower greenhouse effect gas emissions, we estimated how many deaths could be avoided, and we determined that we could have 48,000 less deaths if we were able to reduce the greenhouse effect gas emissions, and that we would also be heading towards the achievement of SDG 7. Now, climatic financing, which is something that was also mentioned during the seminar and by presenters. Well, this is an index of sustainable finances estimated by FECELAC. This was an exercise that was conducted in 2025. What they do is to consider 4 variables: sustainable revenues, which has to do with resources that are obtained at an international or multilateral level, for climate-related issues or for biodiversity-related issues. After that, they consider revenues that are intensive in carbon. And the idea is precisely to reduce those revenues that are carbon intensive. After that, sustainable budgets, how much is being allocated off the public budget to climate change, energy transition, and then how much carbon intensive budgets we have. We would have to reach a level of 4 percentage points with these 4 variables. And what we find is that no country in the region achieves those 4 percentage points, and that there are countries such as Guatemala in first place that have diminished or lowered their carbon intensive revenues and therefore obtain a better qualification in accordance with this index.
I'm going to talk about Mexico, that country I know the most, but the ones that are carbon intensive are higher. So just as I said, there was a gender addendum across the board. There's one for energy transition and one for climate change that unfortunately 25% has to do with actions related to these two topics, not the entire addendum. So budgets, very low budgets, in also in line with the incentives that Andrea was just presenting. And I believe this index gives us some signals, some hints of where policies should be implemented related to increasing or raising taxes, increasing budgets, but also understanding that it's not only money for climate change or for NDCs, but we also need to look at the other side of things, the whole part having to do with fossil fuels and carbon. And just in closing, I'd like to introduce this Sankey chart to illustrate how unfair demographic transition is and how we should focus on what are we doing with the next generations. How much are we investing in early childhoods where the return is extremely high, and those are the ones that are going to come after us to support the fiscal systems and sustain the environment, and we are not funding their opportunities correctly. So the objective of this chart is to see how much are we spending in pensions in Mexico, and I believe it's the same story in most countries in the region. How much are we spending in health and education? And on the right, this is the age distribution. If you look 65 plus 15 to 64, because many pensioners who are younger than 65 years of age have a much higher proportion compared to the early childhoods that are between 0 and 4 years. So just in closing, the conclusions are that we need to be careful that the incentives or the instruments that we are using to bring about changes in some sectors should not be regressive on other parts of the population. We need to consider that any transition and change must reduce inequality. I think in this regard, and personally, the first day was not to talk about how many fiscal reforms we need to do to open up some fiscal space, but the conversation that it needs to be with equality or also involving a gender perspective, the environmental perspective, and also including women, because it needs to be included from the very beginning, from the very onset of those changes and the design in the fiscal context. Any public policy requires a budget. Definitely, we need to open up or expand the fiscal space to conduct these changes and to adapt to the transitions, and the intergenerational effects can be very costly if we do not include the effects brought about for the younger population, the costs will be extremely high, and we won't have the resources anyway. And I will close with what I started with, which is transitions, green transitions, or opportunities, and we need to do things in a better way and to make better decisions, taking into account the decisions into the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alejandra.
Thank you, Alejandra. Very interesting presentation. I think also we agree that we are at a transition moment in all the dimensions that you mentioned. And I think it is a concern for all countries how to connect the short-term urgency with the processes that we know lead us to medium-term. There are processes that are not immediate, and that chart was fantastic. I loved it. We have 10 minutes for some questions for the speakers. You can raise your hand, please. Give us a sign. I see Maria Dolores now.
Bueno, María Dolores, tenés varios minutos para...
Well, you have a few minutes for your questions, Maria Dolores. Excuse me. Who else? Okay. Yes, Rolf. Okay, first, I'd like to congratulate the entire panel. It was excellent. I am passionate about this topic besides gender, linking public fiscal policy with environmental and climatic matters. And in that sense, I'd like to ask a few general questions, but I believe addressed to all. One, as we said, when we're looking at green taxes, well, is those that the taxable base have a negative impact on the environment. That is OECD and United Nations concept. And they tell you that it's desirable, but not necessary, to be specifically devoted, maybe connected to environmental aspects. So in that sense, it is what Hector mentioned, what happens, and you also mentioned that with everything that is collected, all these taxes, where are they going? So I think that is important to look at it from the point of view of transparency, of how this is connected to traceability or public spending, climate-based public spending identification, and how do you connect what you collect and what is used, and how accountability operates on that. And now we have what you mentioned, the issue of green thematic bonds. I've seen in several countries that thematic green bonds have been issued, although they have systems to do the traceability of that climatic system. They don't use it, so these are isolated efforts. They bring out the green thematic bond, and they had a monitoring system, but they never used it, or nor did they report it, because these bonds, you need to tell the investors, you know, I'm spending this here. So that part is very important to work on. And now, in terms of green taxes, when we look at all the tax components, we deal with what Andrea presented, which is extensions, all of the names, the legal base of each country is different beyond what we conceptually consider to be right, in the sense that this is a tax expenditure. There are several exemptions. They do not consider accelerated depreciation, for example. But when we look at those tax expenses, we can have a tax like the Colombian one, the carbon tax. When you look at tax spending, you are exempting certain regions or certain types of fuels. Let me give you an example. Well, this is Colombia, but this happens in the entire region, Mexico as well. Or tariffs are structured in an opposite way. You end up taxing less to those who contaminate the most. So we need to see it in its entirety. As we say in Ecuador many times, what you do with one hand, you raise it with the other. So the tax spending, you may have had a great intention with the tax, but you need to also review that. Just to provoke some discussion, because many of these tax expenditures have a positive externalities. Andrea highlighted the positive part, but also some activities that are being fostered that can be extremely carbon intensive, or that can cause damage to other environmental objectives, even if they are positive, because you can see, as we said, the issue of hybrid vehicles, electromobility, but nobody is looking at what will happen with lithium batteries, for example. What the risk could be in the long term of polluting soils and water. So just to provoke a little bit some thoughts, and if anyone else would like to add anything to that. Rudolf, raise your hand. Yes, great presentations. I like them very much. Hector's thesis gives us a lot of food for thought, and the charts about demographics and ages is extremely interesting. Just two comments. One about technological changes and what was presented by Costa Rica with electromobility and the hybrid vehicles. Hybrid ones had a significant exemption, and in time, vehicles were only running on gas. So the effect that was trying to be promoted, was zero emissions, was not achieved. Exemptions were taken away for hybrid, and exemptions were applied to 100% electric vehicles. That's not the concept, but it's zero emissions. And I'm saying this because you need to follow up those technological changes. Otherwise, well, we received some cars that are moved by electricity, but they do have small batteries that are charged. That's a new technology, and therefore there are several challenges when establishing these types of exemptions. Something that we saw as well, which was completely regressive. So the impact in terms of growth of the vehicle fleet, the growth has been almost 300%. You get to Costa Rica, you see green license plate cars everywhere, and the penetration of hybrids ended. We've had even problems in terms of legislation with the hybrid cars, but it is an element that can show you how regressive these taxes are. In Costa Rica, it's about reducing the amount or the cost of the vehicle to try to avoid having pricey cars and significant exceptions. But when we look at the tax spending, it creates this situation and control regarding technology. And the other aspect that I wanted to mention, is, for example, there are incentives to purchasing inputs for organic production, but we cannot control that. We have a producer where part of that is organic production, and there's no capacity to know whether those low rate or low price inputs are being used for organic production or not. So those types of controls create also a limitation. And on the other hand, when you analyze through surveys, what are the households that are using those types of products and the price that those products have, you realize again that tax spending is focused on higher income deciles. So this is a huge challenge, and I believe there's an issue with control there, and how to prevent that such large regressivity when establishing these environmentally related benefits. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, over there. Please be brief, because I'd like to end on time. Please, brief. Good morning. Two questions or two aspects that I'd like to put into consideration. First one relates to migration, which is an element that is also part of the everyday life in the region, and how, in terms of fiscal aspects, this phenomenon has considered it. This is something that right now has more importance is the population stability or population mobility to determine precisely the actual base of a fiscal policy. And now, as to the relationship between cities, urban and rural contexts, some of the aspects that have been considered in the case of electromobility, there's a significant impact on cities. Same thing happens with carbon taxes, but in underprivileged sectors, such as the issue of food sovereignty or the care for water, directly related to rural areas. So how do you make this relationship between the urban and the rural context more visible? Maria Emilia. Maria Emilia Bamberti from Centro por los Derechos Económicos Esenciales. Thank you for the presentation. A question for Deborah. To conduct whether you're doing any gender analysis in these surveys. That's all. Okay. I can offer the floor. Please be brief as well, Andrea.
Muchas gracias por la...
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the comments. I wanted to focus on the comment about electromobility. Fully agree. We think that this is a comprehensive analysis because not only effect on equality that electric and hybrid vehicles may foster, but how that energy is produced that will be used in those vehicles. What is going to be done with the batteries. Also the effect connecting to what the gentleman said, the effect on cities, because this has to be part of a plan that doesn't entail stop using public transportation. Public transportation needs to be clean. There are many other regulations in other areas that need to be borne in mind when assessing this. Also, the issue of integration with green taxes. Most countries, fuel-based selective taxes have a higher rate compared to gas oil with a higher content of carbon compared to petrol or gas. So the idea would be to turn those fuel selective taxes to those that consider this component. What else? What Rudolf said about the technological changes. Well, this means that we need to do assessments more frequently because these changes may cause an incentive that when created may have been more efficient in promoting these policies, but then with technological changes mean that there are other more efficient alternatives. Fully agree with assessing the regressive impact of these taxes. And I think I answered everything. Yeah, for the benefit of time. I think, yes, those were the ones. Yes, okay.
Bem rápido. Só queria comentar pouco a
I just wanted to discuss about the fact. I wanted to discuss about the issue of counterproductive policies. Many times this has to do with incentives and also connected with inequality. I think it's a quite a relevant aspect. We must be paying attention. We heard a lot about the need for a better tax incentive governance. I think that's the key in what we need to do for these incentives. Although it may seem virtuous, that should be assessed anyway from the point of view of environmental stability as well as their effect on inequality and progressivity. In my experience and for what I've heard in the different discussions and conversations, more than assessing them, we should make some progress in developing some kind of governance where these assessments uh, uh, are subject to a high degree of compliance requirement in order to disincentivize the policies that are not working. I think it's quite hard. I don't know, parliaments are kind of reluctant to discontinuing or changing policies that have been already implemented relating to tax incentives. But from the environmental point of view and in terms of inequality progressivity, we need to assess on a routine basis, and therefore we need to achieve a higher degree of compliance of our governance. I think, for what I've heard, that is the key aspect that we need to address: a higher degree of compliance to end those incentives that, although may have been considered beneficial ex ante, may have had a negative effect after all that should be mitigated.
Gender inclusion question, or the consumption related question, there has been a very interesting concept with regard to the Brazilian constitution. Every 5 years, we need to review the special regimes applicable to consumption, allowances, special regimes, and that assessment should take into consideration the equality issue, male-female equality issue. And that's the big issue. We have not been able to include gender in the Brazilian constitution, but it was very important for civil society. Civil society was able to take part in this 5-year assessment. And so as far as the assessment regarding equality between men and women. Now, with regard to the income reform, we have conducted a specific study on gender. And because that's an important perspective that needs to be addressed, I'm quite familiar with the data, and the data show me that in any taxation area where you see a drop in the asymmetry in terms of capital income and work employment income, that is one way to do away with gender inequality in Brazil, because there is the favorable situation for males, white males. Thank you.
Para cafés y otros seminarios, pero
Thank you. Your question
está saliendo mucho el tema de los gastos
allows for warrants time over coffee. Now, with regard to fiscal expenditure, the classics say that it all comes from the fiscal code. So often we would like to have impact assessments, but they're not very simple, not that easy. But having said that, we do have to have clarity as far as what it costs. And let's not forget the incidence analysis, the impact analysis. What would be the post-income effect that's carried out periodically? And I think e-vehicles and hybrid vehicles are a good example of that. The colleague in the back asked two very complex questions. I do not have time for those, but just let me comment on two specific aspects. Immigration. I think immigration is going to become exacerbated in upcoming years. And yes, we do have to figure out what role they play in the fiscal systems. There has been a certain reluctance because you know that someone who is immigrating under a not necessarily legal status, how can you put them into the system? I think it's worse that you don't include them in the system. So there would have to be a discussion with regard to that and some type of implementation. As far as frugality is concerned, I think that's a very interesting topic. There are costs and benefits there. And what I'm going to say is not politically correct, I know that, but at least in the Mexican experience, there have in some regions and some population groups that are very viable. We don't know what the cost is or the limit, and I think that's something we need to address. Do your best, Alejandra. I would just like to quickly add to the discussion. I think the analysis as to the more or less midterm and the impact of policies and policy change related to the energy transition needs to be taken into consideration. Excuse me. An example in Mexico that we have been studying is ownership tax, to include a special tax there because hybrids and e-vehicles do not pay this tax. But what are we going to do with that pillars and everything that needs to be done there? So perhaps considering taxes that are linked to the environmental component. It's also important to take in consideration subnational governments. They have greater access to information closer to the regions, and they are also making decisions with regard to these transitions. Thank you, Alejandra. Thank you to everyone. Okay, we have a coffee break right now. I would like to request that you provide a warm round of applause to all the speakers, and we will close now, but we will be coming back in 10 minutes because we have two virtual speakers, a special ambassador for financing for development and Jose Antonio Campo, both of whom will be joining us virtually.
Hola equipo stick. Hola equipo stick.
Señora Mónica, buenas tardes. Buenos días, ¿me escucha bien? Habla Jorge Chávez Stick. Tiene que desmutear su micrófono.
Buenas tardes. Sí, le escucho muy bien. ¿Usted cómo me escucha?
Ya, ahora sí la escucho bien. Está
¿Sí?
un poquito bajo, Marco, si lo puede subir a la sala un poco.
Yo lo tengo al máximo porque lo he comprobado adrede.
Sí, no, estoy acá para
Ah,
hacer las pruebas desde acá suben un
vale.
poquito el volumen, pero ya las puedo escuchar a usted, señorita Mónica. Muchas gracias, buen día.
English channel.
Hola, Mónica. Buenas tardes por España. Estamos por empezar. Danos unos minutos. Disculpa la demora. Estábamos con problemas técnicos con las conexiones del profesor Ocampo, pero lo estamos resolviendo.
No hay problema, no se preocupen. Gracias.
Buenos días a todos. Les doy la bienvenida a esta última sesión del Seminario Regional de Política Fiscal, movilización de financiamiento para ampliar el espacio fiscal. Tenemos 4 presentaciones, un comentario. La primera presentación corre a cargo de Mónica Colomer, embajadora en misión especial para la financiación al desarrollo del Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores de la Unión Europea y Cooperación, España, que es una presentación virtual. Vamos a dar la palabra a Mónica Colomer. Tiene 20 minutos, todos los participantes tienen 20 minutos y luego tenemos comentarios a cargo de Juan Carlos Moreno por 15 minutos. Adelante, Mónica Colomer, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes desde España. No sé si se me escucha bien y puedo empezar.
Sí, todo bien. Perfecto. Adelante.
Perfecto. Pues en primer
Good morning from Spain. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, first of all, thank you for this opportunity, for inviting me to this new regional seminar on fiscal policy, and especially for devoting this session to financing for development, and that we will focus on the Financing for Development conference that will be held in Seville in a few weeks. It's a great pleasure to be able to talk to you during this panel discussion. which I share with Professor Ocampo, with Poliana Garcia, whom I met recently, and other panelists that I know less, but that I am sure will be equally brilliant, and it will be a great pleasure to learn from them, to listen to them and to learn from them. We had, first of all, talked about focusing this presentation on the Seville conference to see how during that conference we could make headway with that necessary financing for development in order to expand the fiscal space for countries. And after that, if you allow me, I would like to mention why this would be so important beyond this important mobilization in terms of obtaining more financing to increase the fiscal space. First of all, with regards to this major axis, this is the fourth conference on the financing for development. The first one was held in Mexico. Mexico was the first country that welcomed a financing for development conference, and the last one was held in 2015 in Addis Ababa. And therefore, we had not held a conference on financing for development in 10 years, and thus there are high expectations. And in addition, as you well know, we are 5 years away from reaching the 2030 agenda and its development goals. And these resources are obviously necessary for that agenda. And now that we experience a critical situation because the deficit is already $4 billion American dollars per year, and 2 out of every 5 people live in countries that are paying more in terms of the service to the debt, spending more than on health, education, and so on. And therefore, we will find ourselves in this critical situation during this conference in Seville, and that we need a new framework for financing for development, and we need to establish a roadmap to determine how we can obtain that financing for development, and that we're able to create an ambitious document so that we can link our ambition with possible actions. I am sure that Professor Ocampo will share with us the excellent recommendations that an international commission of experts that has been working in terms of identifying those ideas that could lead to this transformative change that is so necessary in order to improve the fiscal space in countries, and we'll be listening to their recommendations. So, if you allow me, I would like to focus on the priorities that Spain is putting forward, and thus I would like to begin this regional seminar on fiscal policy to talk about the fiscal framework. As you know, the financing for development agenda is a wide-ranging agenda with various chapters, and some deal with cooperation for development, the institutional framework, governance, the governance of the world financial architecture, technology, financing, and so on. And I would just like to mention that the financing agenda is wide-ranging, and the objective is to mobilize those resources, those policies in each one of those many chapters. Now, with regards to mobilization of resources, of public resources, Spain believes that in order to advance towards greater fiscal justice at a global level, it's important to support the UN Framework Convention on International Cooperation in actively contributing to the search for common solutions in order to have to identify the companies at a national and international level, and also establishing taxation benefiting from the potential of a fiscal policy in order to build climatic justice, to intensify the struggle against the illegal financial flows, and also to promote fiscal systems so that they may be effective and progressive, and may be key levers in the struggle against inequality. And we defend the creation of a global registry on assets in order to make this much more accountable and struggle against corruption and illegal financial flows. we believe that official aid for development can play that catalyzing role of helping the mobilization of these domestic resources. And in that sense, Spain confirms our commitment of 0.7% of our GDP. And we believe that the OECD and official aid for development, which continues to be essential, and in some cases cannot be substituted with any resources, is simply not enough. And therefore, it's important to promote that mobilizing role of the OECD, and together with the mobilization of resources, of domestic resources, it's also important to mobilize much other financing, such as the strengthening of national development banks in order to mobilize additional private investment to promote development. And likewise, it is also important for Spain to highlight this role of an agenda that has an impact upon efficacy. And thus, we insist on the need to focus on financing on sustainable development goals on local or subnational or regional governments, and play a crucial role in the implementation of actions to achieve these goals in all territories and communities. And its financing needs must be catered for. With regard to systemic aspects, all aspects related to governance and the internet and related to the international financial architecture, Spain believes that the inclusion. We believe that Seville must be the moment to include a commitment, a collective commitment of funneling at least 50% of special drawing rights created by countries in 2021. Spain has already done this, and we summon other countries to come on board so that we can explore those innovating measures. In terms of debt, this is a critical chapter, and many countries are in this situation, trying to determine what it is that they can do. And Spain is in favor of including clauses to suspend debt and expenditure on climatic crisis, security crisis spending, and so on. We support the incorporation of these clauses in all loans, both private and public, and we believe it's an important moment in order to improve the representative nature and the transparency and promote a dialogue between the UN, the Club of Paris, and other creditors. And we also believe that we should defend the global framework of G20 in order to improve that the restructuring of the debt. And we believe that a fundamental chapter of the financing agenda for development is everything that is related to data. We need solid data in order to rigorously monitor progress and to determine the financial commitments and to make sure that the financial commitments will have a real impact. In that sense, Spain supports a multidimensional conceptualization of sustainable development, and we're in favor of incorporating indicators beyond the GDP. We also need to generate disaggregated data per gender and also per countries and within countries, and also consider environmental vulnerabilities. But we believe that all these actions, all these proposals will not be sufficiently transformational if they don't also encompass half of the world population. And thus, Spain has a commitment with a gender perspective when it comes to financing for development. And in that sense, we have declared our commitment with trying to achieve gender parity in all international financial, in the whole international financial architecture, banks and so on. So we believe that Seville is the beginning of a new pathway, of a new roadmap, and that's the importance that we're attaching to the monitoring mechanism that is incorporated into the draft that is being produced by our delegations in New York, but with the idea of accounting for the commitments and actions that we can undertake in Seville. As I said at the beginning, I would like to benefit from this space to tell you that Seville, in addition to this crucial moment to reform the financing for development agenda to make it more inclusive, more operative, and more effective when it comes to opening up to the fiscal space in countries, because this is a moment to also renew our commitment with multilateralism, with international cooperation, and with solidarity, because we are a moment when multilateralism is being questioned. And in Seville, we must highlight that the system works, that we are capable of focusing on what brings us together rather than on what separates us, so that we can truly achieve global solutions to global problems and challenges that impact us all. In that sense, we invite all countries to come on board with this consensus and to produce that final and ambitious document, but at the same time operational document, and so that there may be the presence at the highest possible level in Seville with this agenda. Ministries of finance here have to play a key role, and we are working hand in hand with our Ministry of the Economy and with the Ministry of Finance, and we are sure that all countries are doing the same. Thank you very much, and I am available for any queries or questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mónica, por esa excelente presentación.
Thank you, Monica, for that nice presentation. José Antonio Ocampo. He is a professor of professional practice in public affairs and international affairs, Universidad de Colombia. José Antonio, you have the floor. Since we are going to show the presentation here, please, when you end discussing one slide, please let us know when we need to flip to the next one. Okay, thank you. And I'm pleased to be part of this very old seminar that has been taking place in ECLAC for so long. And that was my home for 6 years. So I am very fond of it. If you could please show the presentation so that I can see it as well.
¿La puedes ver?
Can you see it now? No, I cannot see it.
Ahora sí la veo.
Ahora
Entonces,
sí.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, just a second.
lámina siguiente, por favor.
Next one. The agenda of the conference is a broad agenda. I'm going to present, as Monica said, I will introduce the recommendations of the expert group invited by Spain with UN, and I had the chance of coordinating that. And many of those actually coincide, at least the texts on the table, although I might say, I should say that in the new revision is not yet available, so I cannot guarantee that all points of view have been included. It is a comprehensive agenda, same thing as Addis Abeba, but even a little bit broader, I would say. Some topics that were not discussed at Addis Abeba, for example, financing of environmental sustainability or some regulatory aspects were not, some of them are already part of the proposal. So I've started with a critical problem that deserves more attention, which is solving the sovereign debt crisis, but financing development, financing environmental development, strengthening the international monetary system, international tax cooperation, some pending critical matters regarding financial regulation, trade and investment matters, and also critical institutional topics as well. let's go. Now, in terms of solving the issue of sovereign debt, there is an intermediate cycle that can also be used. The most important one is an ad hoc mechanism to manage the current crisis, which is necessary if we check the history in Latin America. It's like a plan B. And obviously, there's already a mechanism, which is the common framework for dealing with the debt that was issued by the Group of 20. But this mechanism needs to be much more effective and much quicker in terms of negotiations. So far, just a few African countries have used it. And also, very importantly, for Latin America, it needs to be available for middle-income countries as well. Some also improving the renegotiation clauses that are for collective action and aggregation, but also developing a permanent institutional framework to address debt crisis. This institutional framework, permanent framework, our recommendation is for UN to create it, but it could also be created in the IMF as it was attempted at the beginning of the century, as long as the appeals or organization decisions are totally independent from the IMF board of directors. So it is finally an independent, sort of a judiciary power attached to the IMF. And that process, that renegotiation, should have three phases: a voluntary renegotiation from the creditors and the debtors, mediation when other countries try to help achieve an agreement, and the arbitration, which would be the decisions of this sovereign organization. Next one. In terms of development financing, as Monica said, the key problem is how we are able to close that impressive deficit in financing the SDGs. And in that sense, basically, there are several types of instruments. One is to revitalizing the official assistance to development in Spain, precisely has been committed to achieve the historical objective of 0.7. The UK used to meet it, but not anymore. So this is an important issue, and also due to the weakening of this instrument for several years, because the development of official development assistance has gone to Ukraine and others. That is the first topic, and it's an important one. And of course, a very important topic is that the agencies dealing with the development assistance, which are the OECD countries, should exchange or should have China but participate, because China is the most important country in terms of official assistance sources. The next one. The second one is development banking. And in the chart here, I am dealing especially with multilateral banks, but there's a document already on the table in our recommendations that they talk about the importance of national development banks. So the creation of banks where they do not exist, and on the other hand, strengthening the ones that already exist, and the relationship with those banks. Multilateral banks are about capitalizing or leveraging their capital, and we basically support the proposal presented by a group of 20, or a group of experts, so a couple of years, basically to triple the financing, the development financing mechanisms, expanding space for countries of low income, and very importantly, financing the provision of international public goods. And I should say that our document not only considering what's global, but also regional, the Amazon region in the Americas, protecting biodiversity. So, financing local governments, a counter-cyclical function, so important because financing for our countries tends to be pro-cyclical, um, limited financing and much more costly, much more expensive. So multilateral banking needs to perform that counter-cyclical function in terms of financial instruments besides loans, capital contributions to innovative activities, and collaterals or guarantees that are interesting instruments that are used provided by the World Bank, but not the other multilateral banking institutions. Very importantly, the issue of larger loans in the country's currencies, which is connected to the last recommendation, which is supporting the local bond markets in developing countries, which is a very important issue that some countries in Latin America have good markets: Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, but other countries don't. Next one. The third topic is environmental sustainability. So what we need here is larger financing for climate change, both for mitigation and adaptation, and in order to protect biodiversity. By the way, this is something that seems to be forgotten in many documents, always emphasizing on climate change mostly. Now, an important mechanism, once again, is the banking system may play a significant role, but there are other institutions that can make a contribution, including the development, official assistance, but also those funds that have been created around climate change and biodiversity conventions that must be expanded. They've been expanded under these two agreements, but they're still insufficient. Now, both in this case as well as in the general development case, something important is how to provide support to private investment in terms of environmental sustainability, but also development. And the guarantees or those collaterals are a mechanism that are significant and to improve the use of debt swaps for nature, still with a limited scope. In terms of the international monetary system, the first topic has to do with credit mechanisms that exist and the bond markets. In this regard, what we would like to highlight first is the need to expand credit facilities for low-income countries, but also, and more importantly, creating contingency credit lines that are so important. For example, a flexible credit line that has been basically used by countries in Latin America. Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru have used it. Also, Poland and Morocco. But it's an important instrument for countries with good macroeconomic management. It's a line that is granted by the use of those resources. It's available to the countries. To my students, I tell them that it's kind of an overdraft line somehow, but it's very important as an alternative compared to reserves accumulation, which is a significant fund that countries have due to the volatility of financial markets in the international context. And what we also propose is to create a mechanism that allows a monetary fund to operate in the emerging markets during crisis. This is similar to what has been used in the past by the Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, basically buying developing countries' bonds when crisis attack. So that can create a market that is much less cyclical or pro-cyclical. And obviously, we need to keep on working on controversies regarding conditionality, protecting social spending during crisis, as well as national governance standards. Second set of topics has to do with a more active use of special draft rights. There are more than $900 billion invested. And my calculation is that it's 8%, more than $800 billion for different programs. So this includes more allocations with a counter-cyclical elements, more allocations during crisis. The old controversy is whether developing countries should have a larger share. That is a complex political matter, but the other recommendations is the eliminating double accounting of IMF, meaning one of the first causes why these special drawing rights show up as accounts. But so double accounting should be eliminated, and these special drawings rights another use should become deposits with the IMF by the countries that can be used by the IMF for their credits, but they can also be used by the countries in order to channel them, especially to multilateral development banking in order to fund environment matters or developmental matters. There are special funds created with these special drawing rights, a trust fund for sustainability, and the question is whether these should be IMF credit utilities or credit facilities for the development banks. The second one, which is associated to sustainability matters. Next one. In terms of international tax cooperation, the recommendation that we present are mostly for the convention, tax cooperation convention negotiated at UN. But in civil, there will be some recommendations that will be adopted for that convention. Here, the first topic are multinational businesses profits taxes. Countries, enterprises that operate, or well, these multinational operate, including the unit tax principle, but a rule that is based on the significant economic presence. This principle is very important for companies that provide services to developing countries from abroad, and they gain a profit because of providing those services, but that are not physically present in those countries. So the idea is for those companies to be considered as resident in the countries where they're providing the services, and so that they also pay a tax over the profits they obtain. The minimum corporate tax, 15% agreed at OECD. Maybe the closest one is at 25% as a world average, and also coordinated taxation of extraordinary benefits. But many of them today are not paying taxes today. Next one.
Asociado a todo esto se necesitan
Linked to all this, public reports are needed by country about the economic activities of multinationals based on the global reporting initiatives. And also, for example, digital services taxation coming from many countries in Europe that need to be coordinated. Also, we believe that there should not be tax benefits to activities focused on natural resources exploitation, and that there need to be common principles and minimum standards to guarantee transparency in the ownership of wealth. We propose that there needs to be a world asset register. That's also already part of the proposal that we presented. The record register identifies the beneficiaries or owners. Not an NGO or a business, but those who have actually come up with the capital as individuals, basically, individual investors.
Third issue is taxation on individuals and high-income individuals. And here there's a proposal that was discussed in Brazil at the G20, Ariel Sukman's proposal, that they pay equivalent to 2% of their wealth as of annual income. Allow me to say that this is I think it's very important to apply this to the super rich and the rich. There are individuals who can be considered super rich. That's a typical term used. And also they talked about having a complementary tax on equity. We have one in my Colombia, but it dates back to 1936, and it says that that type of capital is always underestimated. So the equity tax is a complement or to
Y en materia institucional,
even out rich and wealth, excuse me. And then another issue addressed was turning the UN International Cooperation Expert Committee into an intergovernmental body. CD. Thank you. Next. With regard to financial regulations, there are some proposals here as well. We mentioned that we need to continue regulating international capital flows from developing countries. This has been blessed as one of the solutions by the IMF, and this is one of the key issues to prevent the developing countries from going into over indebtedness. And recall back in the 70s, Colombia had some issues, and then the African countries also over borrowed after 2010, and they're now paying the price of that type of indebtedness. And so it's a mechanism that's important to prevent over indebtedness. And then we have the issue of coordinating digital currencies or digital assets regulation. And this needs to be managed practically at the global level because these are financial assets that are international in nature. And then strict regulations for risk classifying agencies. Now, regulating the futures market is basic. It's considered that large companies take advantage of the situation during booms, and also identifying shell companies.
totalmente en crisis.
Now, the trade system is in crisis, so saving the World Trade Organization should be a fundamental goal, and this is very important given the UN trend towards fragmenting the trade tariff system. And so it's important to respect the basic principle that emerged from the early conventions on this, specifically the GATT adopted by the WTO. And this is the most favored nation treatment. That's a basic principle that should be respected. This is another issue that came up in the recent declarations by the director of the WTO. And then reviving the WTO conflict resolution system. This can be carried out by way of physical or virtual assistance or stabilization mechanism. And also another issue is a recommendation is to apply limits to intellectual property rights regarding health and environmental technology. With regard to investments, review protection for investments to prevent demands against national provisions that protect social or environmental standards. This is an issue that has affected Colombia, my country, significantly. The government set up regulations preventing the exploitation of resources, but they're still being exploited. The government applies fines to the companies sue Colombia, and then they win the case. So this is a very important issue. Moreover, it needs to be based on appropriate standards applicable to development and green funding. Next slide, please. With regard to institutional aspects, finally, there is a recommendation, obviously, that, and this is applicable to debt and tax cooperation to come up with a series of coordinating bodies to address these aspects. But I would like to underscore the first and the third. The second may be an interesting topic to continue working on, but the first one is to continue with the voice and participation reform for the developing countries engaged in the Bretton Woods bodies, and by way of recognizing their participation in the global economy, while also increasing their proportion of base votes. These are key for poor, small countries. At that level of basic votes today within IMF, it's only half
Entonces, llevar, digamos,
of what was in existence when the Bretton Woods organization was created. So doing this could significantly favor small and poor countries. And also very importantly, there should be an open, transparent system for choosing the heads of these institutions. The IMF has traditionally been the IMF has traditionally been chosen by Italy or a European nation, in the World Bank, the US. And thirdly, to contribute to a global architecture that would be more dense, more consolidated, with stronger regional institutions, in keeping with the European model, where they have strong regional institutions. With regard to existing cooperation, there is this exists for the multilateral development banks. There are regional ones around the world, but this should also be carried out for monetary and fiscal cooperation.
operación monetaria existen unas pocas.
With regard to monetary cooperation, there are very few organizations.
Latinoamericano de reserva.
And there's a Latin American Reserve Fund that works well, but
Todo el mundo.
this is something lacking generally across the board globally. So thank you and for the invitation. And with that, I conclude.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio, por esa presentación tan comprensiva y completa.
Thank you, José Antonio, for such a complete, comprehensive presentation that provided us with an excellent framework for proposals related to financing for development for the Seville conference. Now let us move on to the next presentations. We will hear from Poliana Garcia Freire, Coordinator of International Tax Operation from the Ministry of Finance, Brazil. You have the floor. Thank you, Esteban. Thank you, ECLAC, for the invitation. I would like to take advantage of this moment to greet the participants on this panel, José Antonio, Monica, and you as well. I am going to present in Portuguese, so if you need in simultaneous interpreting, be sure to retrieve your device. Very well then. After this broad presentation regarding the various commitments that are discussed, not just in the final document that will be adopted at Seville, but with regard to all the other coordinations and meetings during the preparatory phase, my presentation will be focused on tax coordination. And as the fourth conference appears as an opportunity to strengthen tax cooperation internationally and to reinforce national reforms in the sense of promoting taxation systems that are somewhat fairer, more equitable, and more inclusive. I will refer to these aspects. As mentioned by Monica, the new agenda is broader than the previous Addis Abeba agenda, and it did not have much with regard to fair, equitable taxation. It talked more about domestic resources. Now we see new issues are on the agenda, such as the importance of defending transparency, progressive taxation, taxing the super rich, multinational taxation, multinational company taxation, and other issues that have become broader in nature, such as resource mobilization for domestic cooperation. It's important, as Monica mentioned as well, to refer to how important the ministries of finance are for promoting and encouraging engagement, and in order to have a coordinated discussion relative to strategies that would help our countries to overcome resource mobilization related challenges. This week, we have been holding discussions relative to the enormous challenges that our region faces, primarily with regard to inequality, low growth, public debt, which is quite high, cost of debt servicing, as well as the high level of informality in the labor market. So all of that compresses the state's abilities to invest in basic services for the population. Now, faced with these challenges, and we have already heard this, that Brazil, and in coordination with the ministries of foreign affairs, has defended different aspects related to progressive, fair taxation, emphasizing the individual subject to high equity as part of our role within the G20. And we have also addressed the importance of taxation of multinational companies. And now part of all this has also involved our defense of the role of national and multilateral development banks. And the new focus relative to debt provides us with a sustainability aspect, and that is central as well in the document. We have defended this, we have advocated for this, in addition to defending the international taxation architecture. We have aligned our priorities in order to prepare for COP30. As Monica has said, Seville does not stop in Seville. We need to therefore align our agenda so that we may reap the benefits in the future. With regard to specific aspects and how can we address the existing gap between public debt and the need to foster more efficient taxation collection, we have come up with these graphs, and our colleagues from ECLAC have also included these in the 2025 fiscal outlook. Now, just let me quickly refer to the existing gap between collection and expenditures. This is crucial. We should discuss strategies related to this in order to tackle this gap, in order to attain the sustainable development goals. It's important for that as well, but in order to promote strategies that are counter-cyclical and that foster economic growth that is more sustainable and equitable. That's important as well for that purpose, as suggested by the report prepared by our colleagues from ECLAC. Now let me talk about the Brazilian case. Of course, we do have our regional differences, but I do think that we face common challenges as well, structural, for example, with regard to taxation systems. In Brazil's case, we have a very high public debt, which is at a quite high level, and it compromises the state's capacity to invest in basic services such as health, education, and culture. I have only decided to show you this indicator because one of many indicators revealing that despite the growth in Brazil that is relatively stable, and despite having improved our tax collection in recent years, Brazil still faces restrictions that jeopardize the institutional capacity of our state. And it is clear that despite the efforts recently carried out to rebuild the budget and to guarantee the continuity of social programs such as Casa Mi Vida and Bolsa Familia, these spaces are still restricted and limited and present challenges with regard to the legitimacy of the state in the eyes of the citizens. And this, again, leads us to challenging times that are faced by the democratic institutions. And at the same time, this consists of a bit of an instability issue for the public agencies. Another significant data that I chose to show you is related to the excessive amount of tax benefits. This, again, was a topic that has been mentioned earlier this week. And the effectiveness of this needs to be fine-tuned by way of mechanisms that will allow for better transparency. In the case of Brazil, later on, I will tell you a bit about how transparency has helped us resolve the analysis of tax benefits. Data back in 2024 show that we have this total amount of tax waivers by type. You can see the data here. It corresponds to 34% of the net fiscal revenue. We have seen a drop 23 to 24, and we see that this is related to the adoption of law 14,084 dating back to 2023, which amended the taxation laws in order to eliminate, do away with exemptions applicable to subsidy taxes and operational expenses of companies. We'll see that a bit later in the presentation. Now, the issue is we have a problem and we need to earmark and mobilize domestic resources. So the question is, how can we mobilize domestic resources? In order to answer this question, I decided to focus on 4 key aspects that I think may be useful to reflect upon effective strategies to help the countries build capacity for resource mobilization. The first is expanding the tax base. This can be achieved through a variety of different measures, but allow me to underscore efforts aimed at having a more formal economy, for formalizing the economy. Brazil has adopted several measures to facilitate that, such as a law, and we have also facilitated the creation of SMEs with invoicing of 2.4 million per year. So essentially, they have a simplified tax scheme which facilitates their ability to meet their taxation commitments. The law has also unified certain taxes, and according to the data from Sembrade dating back to 2023, more than 2 million individuals have applied to this simple national tax system, and it has yielded good results. Another measure is the MEI, which is a mechanism aimed at individual micro entrepreneurs. It was created to formalize the contribution of self-employed individuals in the lower income tranches. It is a fixed rate tax, and according to 24 data, 15 million individuals have signed up for the MEI system. There's another measure that may be helpful for expanding the tax base, and that is taxing those sectors that are insufficiently taxed. And this is part of the consumption tax reform, which was adopted back in 2023. I pointed out here taxes on electronic gambling and excise taxes on sugar drinks and alcohol and tobacco products. This is also a source of income. We know that this has an impact on the society's health. So this, again, is related to the 2023 tax reform. We also have minimum taxation for multinationals. In Brazil, we have joined this momentum, this concept of having a 15% minimum taxation. We are in the process of signing the OECD multinational document related to Pillar 2, and we believe that this signing will be made official in the upcoming months. And then finally, with regard to expanding the tax base, as I mentioned, we have the review and reduction of tax exemptions. This issue still calls for progress, but we have discussed this and debated this, and we have clarity in the sense that it's necessary to tackle tax exemptions. At present, as I have said, transparency in Brazil allowed us to reinstall, the monitoring system for tax incentives in order to improve the benefits. And this is made by way of a TIAF, which is the National Declaration of Tax Incentives. And we hope that this tool will help us to identify expenditures that are not expensive.
So discussed within the framework of ECLAC, the importance of making headway with planning mechanisms that evaluate benefits both ex post and ex ante. And we also have the need to adopt an approach about temporary incentives rather than permanent incentives. Our intention is to continue to make progress with this discussion. And finally, the approval of Law 14,789, which I have already mentioned, has somehow reduced exemptions on the taxation of subsidies. So this law creates a more rigid criteria in order to lower amounts, benefits, and so on, and see MSS, which is the basics to estimate taxes as from now. We may only reduce the incentives that are devoted to investment and not to spending. For example, it refers to salaries. So this is in terms of the expansion of the tax base. Another strategy, which is active in various fronts, and that our Undersecretary Deborah has presented in greater detail, is the promotion of a more progressive and equitable fiscal systems. Now, that has always been a priority in our ministry and of our Minister, Fernando Haddad. And our international agenda is to take that debate to multilateral fora, and following that debate, to also do this at a regional level. As discussed, most of our economies have regressive tax systems to a large extent. Now, that correction involves the establishment of measures aimed at simplifying and unifying consumption taxes and also strengthening income taxes, thus promoting progressive rates. Now, within that context and highlighting the measures that we have already implemented in Brazil about consumption taxes that have been simplified, and I would like to highlight the exemption of food in the basic basket and the establishment of refund mechanisms for the purchase of gas, electricity, and sewage. Measures that are related to consumption taxes. They are able to mitigate the burden for the lower income population. With regards to fiscal exemptions for people with low income, we're presently processing Decree Law 10,087/25, and I'll outline that later on. As Deborah already mentioned, the idea is to increase the range of exemptions for the population that has a salary of up to 5,000 reales per month, and have a 10% for individuals that earn up to 1.2 million reales per year. Now, that proposal is being processed in our Congress, and we hope that it will be approved because it receives the support of most of our population. And other measures could also eventually reduce taxes for low-income people and increase those taxes for the wealthier by guaranteeing compliance with the principle of vertical and horizontal equality. That is a basic principle in taxation systems. but regrettably that doesn't become a reality in practice in terms of the wealth tax in Brazil. And even when it comes to inheritance, Brazil has no specific tax in this sense. What we have are bills and that are being discussed in Congress. They're being evaluated they're being evaluated for several years now. One on the gains and dividends, on profit and dividends, and we hope that this will continue to make progress. It has been approved by the lower chamber and has now moved on to the upper chamber, and also taxes on the super rich. Today, I believe that there are about 4 bills with different quotas. However, they face tremendous resistance in terms of in our Congress. More details about the draft bill that has been submitted by our ministry. And the idea is to increase the tax burden for certain individuals and to lower the taxes on the poorer. We believe that this will have an impact on 141,000 wealthy people and will benefit more than 10 million Brazilians. And we hope it will be passed in Congress. Well, all systems are interconnected in one way or the other.
As reformas nacionais, né? Então, é importante também.
I would like to talk about national reform. So what is also important is the debate on national reforms based on the practices of each country. So that based on the practice of each country, we may continue to make progress and reinforce the importance that countries, based on those circumstances, may promote national reforms. We're aware of the political difficulties of implementing some of these measures and of defending national reforms in order to promote more equitable systems. This is a strategy that we have also defended. Now, in the case of the reform that has been approved, and that will come into force in 2026, I would like to highlight the reform on consumption. First of all, it reduces taxes on goods and increases the taxes on services. It also leaves out articles from the basic food basket and introduces and promotes fiscal compliance. Income tax. Well, we also have this reform. It includes the proposal that I mentioned beforehand and the law that was approved. It includes taxes on exclusive and offshore funds. Now, these funds obviously are used by richer people, and with the law that was passed, that will have a 15% impact upon long-term funds and by up to 20% in short-term funds. And what is important in this law is that this quota will have an impact even upon the gains that remain abroad, the profit that remains abroad. And that, I believe, will facilitate the collection of this task, despite the fact that the profit may not be repatriated. Now, the idea is also to tax the profit of entities controlled by physical persons that reside in our country and that are located in tax havens or people that enjoy privileged taxation situations. And this is a great victory of this law on exclusive or offshore funds. And I believe that this is the beginning of our search for fairer taxation systems. And the fourth element that I would like to highlight, and that is related to what has been mentioned, what was mentioned during the fourth international conference, is the increase of international taxation cooperation at a regional level, as we have evidenced in PTLAC and also at the international level. It is important to continue to make progress within the context of this fourth conference, promoting issues that are of interest to all our countries, such as progressive taxation and improvement in the exchange of information, the promotion of the registry of assets with the final beneficiary, and a global registry of assets, as was already mentioned here. An additional element that will also be important during this Seville conference refers to the possibility of entering into voluntary coalitions. I believe that this will be a strategy, and even if we don't make too much progress with its drafting, and even if there's no consensus among countries, so what we do want to have is to have a more ambitious agenda when it comes to taxation, capable of entering into voluntary coalitions or using the Seville platform that is being developed by the organizers of the conference, or via direct contact among countries, promoting measures that will continue to be in place after Seville. The intention is to also strengthen the participation of Latin American countries in the negotiation of Convention number 4, UN Conference, UN Agreement number 4, which involves legal protocols, binding protocols, among others. And we have already selected them, those that have to do with transporter services, and likewise the prevention and resolution of conflicts. And there are also other matters that have been discussed at length, looking for convergence among countries. The struggle, for example, against illegal financial flows, the distribution of fiscal rights, and the taxation of the super rich. What is also important is the institutional strengthening of PTLAC and the promotion of the exchange of good practices between us, the exchange of technical information, and also a more in-depth regional cooperation, which is so important because that is a way in which we can convey the perspective of international cooperation to our region, in addition to the internal characteristics of each country. Something that we want to discuss there with PTLAC and others is the creation of a regional registry of assets, and hopefully we'll be able to continue with the discussion of this and other important issues for the region. Final reflections. We want to achieve a progressive taxation, and we also want to defend the taxation of the super rich as a way to reduce income disparities and achieve fiscal justice. And for this purpose, we require effective and balanced fiscal policies that can promote inclusive social development and social cohesion, and always defending our institutions and our democracy. The Brazilian approach focuses on aligning fiscal structures with the objectives of redistribution and also mobilizing resources to finance our sustainable development objectives. I thank everyone for your attention, and hopefully our discussions here and in Seville may be useful to change the commitments that are found in that are laid out in the final document, and so that all this may crystallize and become a reality. And I count on all of you for this objective. Thank you. You have outlined the challenges and proposals. And all this obviously is a lesson for the rest of the countries in Latin America. Now we'll move on to the final intervention that will be delivered by Alexis Cruz Rodriguez, who is the top authority of the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Please go ahead, Alexis. Thank you on behalf of the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic, we thank you for the invitation to participate in this seminar and especially in this workshop. The challenges associated to the financing of sustainable development are becoming increasingly complex. Public resources are limited and budget rigidity does not enable us to adequately cater for the multiple development priorities. In addition, international cooperation resources are increasingly smaller within a context where developed countries are cutting back on their cooperation budgets, thus also limiting the capability of developing countries. Now, this is of special concern for countries such as the Dominican Republic that face high levels of vulnerability. And on these graphs, if we focus on the left-hand side graph, we can see that between 2021 and 2024, government revenues as a proportion of the GDP remained between 15 and 16, at a level of between 15 and 16%, which implies a low taxation pressure if we compare that with the region as a whole, where the tax pressure was around 18 and 19%. And now this reality becomes aggravated when we look at this from the perspective of the financing of the national budget with domestic revenues. We see the graph on the right-hand side. On average, between 2021 and 2024, we were only able to finance the general government budget by a level of 71.1% with revenues with tax revenues, basically. Faced with this complex scenario, public administration must basically work on three fronts. So first of all, it must strengthen public finances, and as mentioned by Poliana, expanding the tax base, simplifying the tax structure, and especially strengthening monitoring mechanisms to reduce the high levels of tax evasion. Secondly, to strengthen the link with planning and the budget so that we can ensure a greater effectiveness when it comes to executing public resources. In this sense, we need to implement budget methodologies geared to results and use tools to analyze expenditure via payment based on results. That is a step that becomes very necessary. Thirdly, to strengthen the integration of financial resources from private funds and international cooperation in the implementation of development priorities, primarily via the planning and public policies. And for that purpose, it is necessary for us to continue to improve our institutional structures and regulatory structures so that we can fully benefit from alternative financing instruments, many of which seek to leverage private resources, public-private partnerships for development, the mechanisms of thematic financing and the schemes of results-based payments must no longer be considered alternative methods, but rather and become the main instruments when it comes to the mobilization of resources. These instruments may enable us to funnel investment in essential areas such as the protection of the environment, climate change, education, health, water, trade, digital transformation, and of course support for micro and SMEs. In this sense, private financing is an essential source of resources. The private sector, with that innovation capability, and because of its financial robustness can go beyond the traditional social corporate responsibility and philanthropic attitudes, so that they can adopt business models where the sustainability and the social impact may be at the very center of each operation. It is estimated that if practices aligned with sustainable development are adopted, that could lead to investment opportunities close to $12 billion per year at a global level in areas such as cities, energy and materials, food and agriculture, health and well-being, among others.
Estrategia denominada Meta RD 2036
has a strategy that intends for private sustainable development to be focused on doubling the GDP by 2036. This shows that sustainability, it's not an additional burden, but a fundamental strategy to achieve competitive and long-lasting growth. On the other hand, in a scenario where the expectation is for traditional sources for development to be reduced, or where countries or middle-income countries such as the Dominican Republic have been increasing their credit or loans, it is of key importance to delve deeper and to expand the South-South cooperation links. Our countries may try to strengthen the exchange of best practices and mutual learning, which not only will strengthen our capabilities, but will also open up doors to new direct foreign investment flows and the consolidation of strategic alliances. In order to strengthen resource mobilization of all sources, Dominican Republic has been implementing a national integrated financing framework with the support of the United Nations as part of the financing project to small island states, which is coming from the Social and Economic Affairs Department. In the case of Dominican Republic, is a specific case because this in national integrated financing framework has been implemented from inside the administration with a strong leadership of the Ministry of Economics Planning. And adopting this integrated approach allows for the following. First, strengthening the link between development planning and public budgets with tools such as budget tagging coming from SDG and the political priority model. Secondly, improving monitoring of financing flows for development of all sources by mapping official aid to development that the country receives in the context in the tax and fiscal context, also mobilizing additional resources through traditional and alternative mechanisms of funding that may ensure the consistency of the economic context and the development needs in order to identify the alternative financing mechanisms. Also strengthening the use of data for decision informed and evidence-based decision-making for a better resource mobilization through a monitoring framework that is guided towards financing. The national framework of the Dominican Republic is being implemented through a dynamic and participatory work plan that combines the effort of both public and private stakeholders and international cooperation. In this sector, we have not only the agencies and United Nations funds, but we also have other important actors, such as ECLAC, that is helping us in conducting development costing studies, fiscal and tax context, and identifying alternative financing mechanisms. Also, the IDB the World Bank and European Union are involved, as well as relevant stakeholders from Dominican Republic and the multiple banking system and the stock exchange of the country. Such process has allowed us for an articulated and clear position, as well as an institutional leadership as a coordinating entity in this matter, in facing the fourth international financing conference for development that will take place in Seville, in Spain. Since it's relevant, the following topics are relevant for the country that are already part of the declaration. Mobilizing and aligning national resources. As we've already mentioned, public resources are the most important financing source for development. So for the Dominican government, it is key to improve the alignment of the budget with the development needs of the country, reducing tax evasion, strengthening tax cooperation, transparency, and accountability, and also strengthening capabilities. Second, revitalization of international development cooperation. International cooperation is still very relevant for strategic and developmental sectors by funding investment projects and also in innovative efforts. The government intends to strengthen the financial aid that the country faces. Third, consolidating the architecture of a sovereign debt that is oriented to development. We have highlighted the importance of alternative financing mechanisms. They can be useful to alleviate countries' liabilities, such as, for example, the debt swap mechanism. In the context of this conference and the block of countries, we need to keep driving a change in the international financing architecture that reflects the conditions, the changing conditions of our states. Likewise, we need for financial instruments that are designed to reduce vulnerability in the face of natural disasters and climate change. Should include differential considerations regarding credit conditions and of a country risk. In agreement with the global public goods concept, in which developed countries should assume their responsibility in terms of climate change. Likewise, it is important to check the way in which we measure development, going beyond the GDP calculation towards comprehensive indicators that do consider social, economic, and environmental dimensions. In conclusion, the current situation invites us to expand our vision and to explore new sources and financing instruments. The private sector, together with alternative sources such as remittances, foreign direct investment, will play the determining roles in this process. Our challenge is clear. We need to strategically leverage all international instruments that are available to guide capabilities and resources towards the key areas that will drive a development model that is more inclusive, equitable, sustainable, and equitable for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alexis, por esa ilustración tan importante.
Thank you, Alexis, for illustrating the case of small economies and the restriction of small economies for development funding, including the challenges such as vulnerability. We are going to go now to the discussion by Juan Carlos Moreno, who is a professor of Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Madrid. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you all, the Executive Secretary Manuel, especially to this session, to see old friends and making new friends in such an important topic in this seminar. This seminar, and I confess a conflict of interest because I worked at the ECLAC, but I think it's the most important seminar on fiscal policy for Latin America. It has become it is like the Camino de Santiago. Whoever is interested in fiscal policy needs to walk this road. It is a very beautiful road. This road to Santiago will lead us to Seville soon enough. And that's an opportunity for the seminar that's taking place in this month. In a few more weeks, Seville will be here. So I love the presentations, but not only these ones, but the ones that I listened to my colleagues. And thank you so much for also sending the presentation. So I was able to read the presentations in advance. The ambassador, great to hear Jose Antonio as well. What Seville will be in the preliminary agenda that we've seen reminded me Becker, a poet in Seville, and I have not read the declaration, but the progress and public investment is the residual effect. I'm going to be interrupted. So when those crises,
Yo sé un himno gigante y extraño que anuncia en la noche del alma una aurora, y esas páginas son de ese himno, cadencias que el aire dilata en las sombras. No sé si exactamente eso va a ser esa agenda, pero sí siento que es ese himno que anuncia.
I think that is what announces that aurora with all those of us who are experiencing conflicts. It's great that this meeting is taking place. Now, since the executive secretary is here, about the house and the 3 traps in the region. This meeting will be important to cater to at least 2 to 3 types: so low growth capacity, high inequality, and the third one, governance. Not only I know this is about expanding the fiscal space, but it's limited. So it's also about doing better things with the fiscal space that exists. It needs to be expanded, but how can you do it to make it more efficient? And this is what we've been discussing here these days. It's been discussed significantly regarding taxation, fiscal revenues, a little bit about spending, and not so much about debt. There's something, unless the cost of debt is extremely high, and we have a debt problem. Who are the creditors of the state in Latin America? National creditors, international creditors, in what currency, what terms? All those kinds of things are concerns that are part of the agenda. And I think we need to think about it. Now, in terms of the efficacy, yesterday we discussed about the multiplier. But the multiplier at some point was only applied to the GDP, but when we have so many challenges, Latin America has to grow, and it has to grow a lot to create jobs. As the executive secretary mentions, it's not only about the low capacity and the way in which Latin America grows. It grows in not a very green way. If Latin America were to grow at the rates that it needs to in order to absorb the population that is joining the labor market, it would have to be rates with the productive structure that is not green at all, it's gray or brown, if you wish. The environment would be busted in the region. It's not only to grow more, but to grow better. And productivity, that's another topic. Such an heterogeneous structure, so far from the productivity limits, Latin America needs to change the way it grows. We committed to the export-led no growth. So how can we build more innovation, etc., etc., etc.? And for that, we may not have a recipe to grow, but without investment, there's no way. And going back to public investment and multipliers. We were discussing about the GDP multiplier, but why GDP? What about employment, income or revenue, or gender approach, emissions, what time horizon, balance of payment, debt, potential GDP? Because investment has that double role on the one hand creating demand, but also it creates productive capacity when you're doing fine. Some countries said that more public investment was needed, and the question was, why did you do that? Why these white elephants have such a bad reputation? But public investment in order to conduct these studies, it is wonderful to know when was this spent, because in some countries we don't really know. And Juan said yesterday, it's not that it's 10% disappears. The money is there. Hopefully, had disappeared. I have a 5 here.
Si la inversión pública no atrae todo eso, si hay una fuga, en algún país salió de que, bueno, ojalá regresen los que solo cobraban 10%.
Hopefully, they went back to only charging 10% of commission. But inefficiency has costs that can be much higher than the Mr. 10%. How do you plan investment with the fiscal council according to national goals? Or it's not planned just because somebody up top decides so. In order to plan public investment, you need to know infrastructure. And Alexis discussed international financing, the national one, and in that sense, interinstitutional fund flows help a lot because if it's below the line, you have public and the external position. But maybe the investment is not being made because the multiplier is too low. How does private investment respond to public investment, and what happens with the international context? It would be helpful then to have the granularity of who is investing, how is that funded, in what sectors, when. What Krugman used, Krugman by way earlier, the big push, and if investment is not in a context in which the private sector will respond, it's very complex. One can force the private sector to pay taxes because it's not that easy, but forcing the private sector to invest is very complicated. And you also need to be a very good orchestrator for that. The impact of investment depends on 2 major contexts. One is a social compact and the international cooperation framework, not only in trade, but also in financing. Social compact at the end of the day is recognizing that taxes are the price society pays to live in a civilized way. That price becomes very high if public investment is poorly designed, if taxes are poorly charged or collected. But we need to recognize that in that social compact, you cannot live as like a rich if you don't want to pay your taxes. And international cooperation, which at the end of the day, with everything we're experiencing now, with the migrant population, we need to remember that international framework that I believe that is the spirit of Seville conference. We need to remember that whenever we develop a public policy and international policy, it's not international in terms of nations, ours and others. It should remember that everything human is ours. So migrants, it's us at the same time. So I celebrate the fact that is happening, and it's happening in this very dark night. And thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations. Thank you very much for inviting us to the road to Santiago.
Recorto muchísimo porque antes que me llegue la calificación. Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Juan Carlos. Nos quedan aproximadamente unos 10 minutos. Vamos a abrir para discusión, comentarios, preguntas. Vamos a tomar una primera ronda de preguntas, unas 3 preguntas, y vamos a dar espacio a los ponentes para que puedan responder a las preguntas o hacer los comentarios pertinentes. Abro el espacio para preguntas. Sí, por favor, adelante.
Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Verónica Grondona de ECLAC y muchísimas gracias por las ponencias, la verdad muy interesantes todas, muy ilustrativas y todo el seminario también, aprovecho para agradecer por todo el seminario. Justamente por ahí más como conclusión de todo el seminario me queda una duda, que es que, digamos, a lo largo del seminario se ha hablado en muchas ocasiones de incentivos tributarios, pero se ha hablado muy poco y tengo dos intervenciones en ese momento, una recientemente de Brasil y otra en algún momento en estos días, pero ahora no recuerdo de qué otra persona lo hizo, sobre la necesaria revisión de los incentivos tributarios de cara a la implementación global del Pilar 2, del impuesto mínimo global, que aun cuando Estados Unidos ha hecho anuncios de salirse de este impuesto y demás, la realidad hoy, o de esta negociación más bien, la realidad de hoy no, es que varios países de la OCDE, ¿no? Toda la Unión Europea, Japón, Australia y muchos otros países, en realidad alrededor de 60 países han implementado algún tipo de medida en relación con el Pilar 2. Y
relative to Pillar 2. And for the region,
digamos, recae justamente en la eficiencia, ¿no? Algo que ha
the region has faced inefficiencies, as we have seen, efficiencies in terms of the effectiveness of tax incentives. The best designed tax incentives today are either a transfer for those countries that have adopted the minimum global tax, where they have their headquarters, where companies have their headquarters. So my question is,
si alguno de los quizás ponentes de esta mesa tiene
perhaps some of the panelists have
observación para compartir a este respecto.
some reflections. I understand that Brazil has made progress with regard to their legislative bill. I do not recall if it was mentioned whether or not this was adopted or passed. I know that they face difficulties surrounding that.
Como han sido implementados a partir de 2024, ya
But today, the countries are transferring resources to those countries that have implemented Pillar 2. And their tax incentives are losing effectiveness. So that's on the one hand. I would also like to commend those who have mentioned PTLAC, because clearly this is a platform where this issue could be discussed by the countries of the region, because there is a tax incentives working group that may be useful for further elaborating any potential solutions for the countries in the region. Thank you. Let's take a second question in the back. Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Farcos. I'm a member of Latindad. I would like to, first of all, thank the panelists for their presentations, and I have a specific question for Dr. Ocampo, the general, as well as a general comment, which is related to the impossibility of having concrete data relative to tax evasion in the region. It's very difficult to obtain tax evasion data, and there is a great context today. And so this type of data is becoming quite political in nature. And I think domestic resource mobilization has to go by way of these two paths. We need better data relative to tax evasion, and I would add something else to the fiscal space, which is related to reviewing the property tax, which is extremely undervalued in our region. I would like to hear some remarks on that, if possible, and then again, a specific question for Dr. Ocampo, which is related to something he said that was on his slide. He talked about transforming the UN Committee of Experts into an intergovernmental body, or to create a new UN organization to support international fiscal sustainability. I think, is that different, or is this something that would support the UN fiscal sustainability? Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Isabella Caligari from a trade network. I'm also a member of the ECLAC Civil Society group. Thank you for the presentations. I enjoyed Juan Carlos's comments, and I don't exactly have a question. It's more of a general comment relative to funding for care systems. I also am involved in the care economy and climate economy, circular economy. So I think there needs to be more efforts to boost taxation in this regard and progressivity, but also to depenalize domestic debt and deficit, and to expand the discussion that Juan Carlos referred to relative to domestic debt, internal debt. It's similar to sovereign debt, but it's not the same, and it's not the same as external debt, even though there's debt servicing. And as Juan Carlos said, it does play a role relative to demand, but also in terms of creating production capacity. There was also mention of pro-cyclicity and counter-cyclical components. And we do not have means to fund a welfare state or to address the counter-cyclical expenditures related to climate crisis, excuse me. Thank you. One more question, then we'll give the floor to the speakers for their final comments.
Bueno, si no hay ninguna otra.
Very well, then, there being no further questions, allow me to make use of my role as moderator and ask a question to the speakers, not so much related to the need for financing or financing flow, but the capacity of implementation that the countries have when they receive certain types of aid. And this is something we see in small economies when they receive investments. There are other cases that come to mind, which is the international development banking system, which has certain restrictions that the multilateral banking system does not have. So let's begin in reverse order. Let's give the floor to Alex Cruz from the Dominican Republic to answer the questions. And please be brief so that we have time and end on time. Thank you. With regard to your question relative to small states and cooperation in public investment, we have a national public investment system. We also have a parallel system for all international cooperation projects. When these projects receive the resources, they receive a code, the specific code related to cooperation and investment at the same time. And within the international public investment system, the project is added, and this code allows for releasing the funds that have entered the budget, releasing them for the specific projects for which the cooperation was earmarked. Now, there is public investment monitoring and follow-up of this, and within the Ministry of the Economy as well, relative to the implementation, the stage-by-stage implementation of the project and how the resources are used. There is a monitoring system, and at the level of all public investment, we have a monitoring system where, for example, if I say the project is 80% completed, I can this information is added to the Ministry of the Economy's roster with support from the IDB, and then you can take a snapshot, add this to the system, and follow up on the stage-by-stage progress. There's also information by the party responsible for the project, and those individuals in charge commit to publishing this information. And we also have specialized cabinets. If there's an infrastructure project, for example, there's the infrastructure cabinet, which meets every Tuesday, and they must report to the president of that group. Thank you. Juliana, I'm going to answer in Portuguese. With regard to the capacity of international development banks and the restrictions they face, in Brazil, resources earmarked for the National Development Bank projects come from a variety of different sources, including external bonds, including multilateral operations. Now, sources are also come from within the government. For example, for the Amazon region, we have the Green Climate Fund resources for specific areas, but there are some areas that stand out, such as infrastructure, and these are related to climate change. As far as understanding the role of national and international and multilateral banks, Brazil has primarily defended the country-level platforms in the context of multilateral projects. In addition to the most recent measures that we have proposed within the G20, such as capitalization of multilateral banks and their operations as a system, there's also a willingness to have a common system. Now, with regard to the specific aspect relative to signing the MLI in the BEPS context, what is going to happen is that there will be official signature, but the bill is currently under review by the parliament. And of course, this will depend on support and political will. And with regard to the impacts of these measures, then this is related to incentives, I have nothing to remark because since Brazil has not yet signed on to this, we have not implemented this. Again, this is reliant on the parliament. And so we will be verifying the impact of all of this in the future to better understand how this will work overall. But I think it's important for us to advocate for Pillar 2, even though Brazil is not an OECD country. But based on this minimal global tax model, it will be possible to move forward with other measures. This model is key for designing a super rich tax, and it's important to underscore the progress relative to the BEPS project, specifically the automatic information exchange mechanisms and the country-by-country report. So thank you. Questions, comments? José Antonio, yes, this basic proposal regarding new taxation was issued by the Group of 77 in Addis Ababa, and it's to turn a committee that already exists into an intergovernmental committee instead of a group of experts. In my opinion, that would be the best way to organize the system. In fact, it would be equivalent to the Statistics Committee. That's a very important UN committee. This committee meets annually and makes decisions regarding statistics standards.
qué estándares se
And they meet annually to address various standards that could be adopted across the board. There is an advantage there because they have an exclusive framework
representa a todos los países miembros en forma
and it represents all of the member states exhaustively. Now, the other alternative supporting Odessa would be the alternative would be for Odessa to continue supporting that committee. If a new UN body is created, and that seems as though it would be practically impossible given the fiscal restraints at the UN level,
digamos, sería un órgano
that would be a new body, a new department
de cooperación.
in charge of cooperation. I think it would be simpler to convert the committee of experts into an intergovernmental committee. Let me refer to exemptions or
Digamos, el 15% del
benefits that are related to the 15% of the OECD. In other words, any minimal standard, such as a 15%, should not have any exemption for it to truly be a homogeneous tax burden applicable to all countries. Now, the recommendation is for that percentage to be increased. We will see what is recommended in Seville,
digo la
and which will be adopted by the tax convention. Going back to the first question, the tax convention is the institutional legal framework, if you will, for international cooperation standards, but we need a mechanism that would allow for following up on that convention and to reach new agreements relative to taxation. So that's the purpose of the committee that we're proposing.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio.
Thank you, José Antonio. Monica, you have the final word.
Muchísimas gracias por esta.
Thank you for these questions. So relevant, and thank you for the presentations preceding.
Yo creo que las preguntas iban a lo mejor más dirigidas.
I think the questions were more aimed towards the other speakers. But allow me to convey an important message regarding Seville and relative to the capacity question. Throughout the document, in Spain and other countries are also supporting this platform and to have concrete initiatives we can move forward with the countries and civil society, all in order to make our commitment more realizable. There's mention primarily of capacity. That is something that appears throughout the entire document, and two, that will be addressed by the platform. Unfortunately, the speaker's audio is of very poor quality for interpreting purposes. Interpreters apologize. It's not just about, we have to figure out what we can do with the actual the fiscal space that we have. So that's why capacity is a key issue. It is something that will be taken into consideration in Seville. Thank you, Monica. With that, we would like to finalize this final session on mobilization of funding to expand the fiscal space. Thank you. Thank you, Esteban. Now we will move on to the closing of the seminar, and I will give the floor to the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar Cirinach. Good afternoon. everyone. We have come to the close of this seminar, and I was present at several sessions, less than I would have liked to have been present in, but there's a lot going on in the UN system, as you know, that called for my attention. I think the exercise of exchange that we've carried out during these 6 sessions at the seminar has been very satisfactory and has given us tools for all of us to take home and to continue working in our various professional fields and aspects addressed. As we've seen, the macroeconomic fiscal situation we face is very complex and marked by restrictions across the board. And I think that, in fact, we are sure, given the intensity of the exchanges, we are sure that this is very helpful. It's a seed to continue developing further knowledge, and I think there have been clear signs relative to certain aspects that need to be addressed, such as subsidies, environmental aspects. I would like to just reiterate the appreciation and thanks that I expressed during my opening remarks to the Spanish cooperation, which has been supporting the seminar for years and the publication of the fiscal outlook. Thank you to Spain for that. I would also like to thank our regional tax authorities for all of their support and active participation in the seminar. Many of you are participating in this seminar and in other activities that we organize at ECLAC, and we cordially invite you to continue proactively taking part in these activities. This is what makes them all so valuable for everyone. I would also like to thank the international organizations that have joined us, with which we have collaborated on an ongoing fashion in different activities, publications, institutional initiatives. Thank you to our colleagues from the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the IDB Group, the CAF, OECD, and CIAT for your participation as well. I would also like to thank our colleagues from academia, research centers, civil society, the private sector, who accompany us every year, where they share their insights and energy and encourage us to continue moving forward with our work. So we are leaving here with much food for thought. We have learned from the authorities session that we face important challenges in public finances, and that in the face of these challenges, our countries are actively working to strengthen their public finances, expand fiscal space. It was very clear during the discussions and during the presentations, the importance of this and the trade-offs, the difficult trade-offs that the authorities have to address in each specific case. During the international organization session, we witnessed how 7 institutions participating in the seminar working to generate regional public goods. They're all working on that and on supporting our countries in advancing their fiscal policy agendas. We have many coincidences in the areas of work and many examples of how our joint work contributes to public affairs in our region. For example, the report on tax statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean that which jointly launched yesterday. In the session of public spending and investment to reduce structural gaps, we had very interesting presentations on the macroeconomic effects of public investment and the multipliers that Juan Carlos was just referring to.
The challenge of expanding social protection, how to expand that, to how parental leaves have an impact on gender equality, and the progress by Chile in terms of budgeting with a gender perspective. And there was certainly a session held yesterday, and I participated in that, led by Brazil, about the Women in Finance platform. So congratulations for that. It was a very interesting platform, and please count on our support for the development of this work. We close the seminar with this session on the issue of mobilization of financing to expand the fiscal space and the importance of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development that will be held in Seville very soon. We acknowledge the leadership of Spain in this conference and the support of the International Commission of Experts on Financing for Development. I don't know whether our dear friend Jose Antonio is still connected. Well, but that commission is presided by Jose Antonio. And thank you very much for the recommendations and for participating in this session. We look upon with tremendous enthusiasm the priorities that Brazil and the Dominican Republic are promoting for this conference in Seville, and we invite other ministries of finance, economies, and the treasuries of the region to participate in this conference, because this conference represents a tremendous opportunity. You already have a copy of this, the Fiscal Panorama for Latin America and the Caribbean 2025. The document is, of course, available in our webpage, and I invite you to share that and to help us to disseminate it. We conclude the seminar very satisfied, knowing that ECLAC and the UN system have been able to provide to the region once again this space to come together and exchange between different sectors, countries, academia, research centers, civil society, and the private sector. This event would not have been possible without the effort of many colleagues of ECLAC. We thank the colleagues that acted as moderators of the session. I think you already know them very well. I'd like to thank the conference unit, the technical team in charge of the audio, of the online connections, of the online transmission, the interpreter teams, and our publications division. A very special gratitude to all our colleagues from the Economic Development Division, led for the first time by Noel Perez. He recently took charge of that division. He has worked there for a long time, but he has headed this division recently. And in the past, he had always sat in the back in a very discreet manner. Our dear Noel Tiedemann, whom you well know, he retired from ECLAC a couple of months ago. So it's a great pleasure, Daniel, to greet you and to welcome you here. Thank you very much, everyone. We look forward to meeting you again next year in the next seminar, and may you all have a safe trip home, those that have had to travel to come to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Equipo de la división, si pueden pasar acá al frente, por favor, para que nos tomemos una foto.
The division team, please come to the front so that we can take a group photograph.
Tienen un ejemplar del panorama, por favor, tráiganlo.